Good morning to everyone, and welcome to our County Planning Commission. And let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. And could we have our TV coverage announcement, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20, at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are at 5 p.m. on Fridays on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to the roll call?
Please do.
Great. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Chair Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the agenda status report, but I also remind people in the audience and here present and that please silence your cell phones. Please. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in regards to the status of the agenda today, we have 4 items listed on the agenda. One of those items, item number 3, there is a request to continue that item. So I'd recommend the Commission take that item first, address the request for continuance and take action on that, and then move through the agenda as it states. So then leave everything else the same. So we would just take the continuance for TAT first, and then we would move into the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and then the YMCA, and then we'll conclude with Perkins Place as the last item.
Yes. And to move that agenda item number 3 into number 1 slot, that's been agreed to.
So when we get to the standard agenda, then the chair, you can just call that item up first.
Yes.
And then I can move to the projection report.
Please do.
So I apologize in advance to the Commission. There's going to be some shuffling on the projection report as it was presented to you. And then you'll get a final version later this week with the changes. So it's going to be fluid for the next couple days. Our next meeting was going to be next week, September 4th. However, that meeting was canceled. The next item or hearing was scheduled with September 11th. However, looking at September 11th and the project on that date, which is the cannabis ordinance amendments related to cannabis odor in the coastal zone, in communication with staff and coordination with our consultants, we are going to be moving that to September 25th, so there won't be any items on the 18th, or sorry, the 11th. So we'll be moving the 11th to the 25th, and we're coordinating with staff on those items. There's already 4 items on that, but we're anticipating that we'll move those ordinance amendments that are currently scheduled for that, the SB Coastal Zone Ordinance Amendment and outdoor lighting, to a later hearing. We haven't picked those dates yet, so that's where we'll have that solidified by the end of the week and get that on the projection report. So then just to summarize, September 11th, there won't be any items, so the Commission could cancel that meeting today, and then we will reconvene on September 25th. And then on September 25th, we anticipate bringing the cannabis ordinance amendments related to odor in the coastal zone. And then the other 2 items, the report on the Strauss Wind adaptive management plan, that may get moved as well. And then there's an appeal of a project on that as well. So September 25th is in flux. So we'll let you know. And then following that, we had at our prior meeting canceled the October 2nd hearing date. And so then after September 25th, we will come back on October 9th. And then October 9th, as it'll be proposed later today, TAT is asking to be continued to that date on October 9th. And then we have the change of owner for Sable Offshore, the pipelines, and then another appeal on a cannabis cultivation project in the Carpentry area. And that is, hearing will be, October 9th will be in Santa Barbara, as well as this September 25th will be in Santa Barbara. And then moving further down the projection report to moving into October. Our next hearing will be October 30th. And we had continued the SB Can appeal of the Sentinel Peak truck to October 30th. So far, beginning of November doesn't have any items projected, but that could change. And then that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so do we need a motion then to cancel then our September
11th.
11th?
Mr. Chair, if we get a motion and action on September 11th, that'd be appreciated.
So moved.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any dissent? Any abstain? All unanimous. Okay,
But I also had a question of Mr. Wilson.
please come.
Go ahead. Okay. On the 25th, I wasn't quite able to keep up with you. You said something about, and there's appeal on that project as well, I think were your words, and I didn't understand what project that was referring to.
So on the 25th, we're looking at scheduling the cannabis ordinance amendments for that day. And then the other ordinance amendments that are on there will be moved to a subsequent week, which is the SB 35 coastal zone and then the outdoor lighting. The other two items that are already on there is a report on the Strauss Wind project, and then there's also an appeal on that day, the pull and appeal of the Laguna Blanca amendment. I'm not quite familiar with what that project is, but
But that's what you were referring to?
that's what I was referring to.
Got it.
So it's anticipated, for sure, we'll have the cannabis ordinance amendments on that date, September 25th, and then those other items may be shuffled to subsequent dates.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And then what we'll move on to is public comment. And I don't know if we have anybody that's online for public comment, Mr. Villalobos?
Good morning, Kelly.
Mr. Chair, for anyone who'd like to speak on this item on the agenda, which is for items not on the agenda, raise your hand and I'll call on you. And not seeing any hands.
Okay, I have no speaker slips in hand regarding public comment. Looks like all related to item number 1. And so let's proceed on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. If there's anything of information that any commissioner would like to give, let me know. Commissioner Reed.
Well, Commissioner Park and I both attended Ag Day here in Santa Maria on last Saturday, and as usual, it was a terrific event, and gave great insights into the importance and the function of our local ag industry. So, very much appreciated to have that opportunity.
Commissioner Cooney, your light's on. I don't know. There you go. Okay, Commissioner. Right? Nothing? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Park.
And Director Plowman was with us, and we took a really cute picture of all of us in hairnets as we were about to go into the, and I threatened to show it, but I thought it was just too bizarre and shocking, so there you go. It just shows I have limits.
So with that, then we'll move into the minutes, approval of the minutes of August 14, 2024. Commissioners?
I'll move as approved or as written.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any abstentions? Any nays? Okay, unanimous. And then we have the director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I will add to Commissioner Reed and Commissioner Park's comments. This is my first time at Farm Day, and it was really educational. Yeah, I learned a lot, and they let us, they helped us create good soil with compost and gave us little starts, and so it was, and just, it's quite amazing how technologically advanced farming has gotten, and so I learned a lot, and it was really, really beneficial to attend. So I encourage people to go next time they have Farm Day, and I got a lot of wonderful berries too. So that was really a nice day. Pardon?
Did you go to Bebe?
No.
Bebe normally has like a farmer's market at their site.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No. Then just a couple of things from the Board of Supervisors. Yesterday, they approved the climate action plan along with the greenhouse gas CEQA thresholds that the commission had reviewed and forwarded to the board. So that's been approved, and we'll be moving forward towards implementation. There was some question about whether or not oil and gas should be included in the cap in terms of emissions. It was not in our particular version, and so the board may be reconsidering that. There's an ordinance or a resolution that may come back directing that to be ultimately included in the cap. And just also a heads up, an issue that's been coming up in the community and that the board has asked the CEO's office and P&D will participate in is looking at mobile home parks. And there have been some concerns expressed by residents of current mobile home parks that are restricted to seniors, and they potentially will be changed to all ages. And so there's been a number of public comments about it. And so the board has asked us to come back with options for the board to potentially create an overlay, a zoning overlay that would restrict some of the mobile home parks to seniors. It's an overlay that's used in the city of Santa Barbara and other jurisdictions. So we will be taking an item to the board for their consideration and direction for some kind of future action. I have a question about that.
Commissioner Briley, please.
So was this coming from some sort of state legislation? Where did this come from? Because it's coming from owners of mobile home parks deciding they want to make a change to where they're operating, and what has happened is that the community has come out and come to their board members and come to public hearing and express concerns about what will happen to their communities if it's changed.
Because everyone I've ever crossed with, I mean, that is low, I mean, that's below median income housing stock. It's kind of an important supply in the county and all the cities. That's an interesting shift.
Thank you. Yes. And then just a quick update for you is that there's the Planning Commissioners Annual Conference, and it is in San Luis Obispo County this year. So it's October 4th and 5th, and I know Mr. Villalobos has sent around notices to everybody, but we support you and encourage you to go if you're interested, and so I just want to give you that announcement. And I think that's it for update on what has happened at the board. Future board items include Arctic Cold going on September 17th. Then we have an HLAC recommendation for the All Saints Church in Montecito for historic landmarking, and on October 15th. And then we will be scheduling the TAT appeal on the 15th, the law appeal on the 15th, and then the Music Academy appeal will be on November 5th. And that's obviously through the MPC. We will also be trying to hear the cannabis odor ordinance amendment package before the end of the year, and then our SB 35 changes to the coastal zoning ordinance by the end of the year. So we have a lot coming up. And I think actually we have the Blanco appeal that will be heard in December. Kargasaki, Blanco. Yeah. December 10th is what we're looking at. And I think that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Park?
I didn't quite understand on that mobile home overlay
Yeah.
regarding seniors. Does that come to the planning commission or it doesn't come to the planning?
It would.
It would.
It would ultimately. So we need to present some options to the board on the timing of it and whether or not there would be a interim step before we actually process the overlay, like a moratorium on conversions, possibly. But we have to lay out options for the board. But in the end, it's a zoning overlay, and it would go through the PC first and then go to the board.
I think that'd be a good idea. It's ironic. I volunteer several days a month for a seniors organization, and they really love having access to children and mixing, and are excited about projects for the mix. But obviously, some seniors have a different expectation. So finding quite that sweet spot will be something I look forward to helping with.
That's of interest because I was just watching the City of Santa Maria council meeting, and that came up. That very issue, and they were talking about the one by the airport, about how they're changing it, and they're changing it to not just senior anymore. It's going to be family, and I could see things coming to the top. Interesting. Okay, well, yeah. Now let's move on to our standard agenda, and we have a change in our standard agenda, which we previously addressed through Mr. Wilson, and that would be item number 1, which I have recused myself. So in that instance, I imagine it's a continuation motion. I'll leave that Commissioner Briley to move that through because I recused myself from it.
That's right, I forgot about this. Oh, I guess I'm confused. Are we?
Oh, okay. I can't stay silent, huh? I'll just go in that dark.
Okay, we may find you or not.
No problem.
I forgot. I'm on TAT. Okay. Sorry. This is a packed agenda with a lot of complicated things. So as chair, I'm going to ask staff to read this item into the record. This is the TAT Ventures LLC, correct?
Happy to do so, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Thomas Kopitnik, property owner, to consider case number 23 CUP6 and the state CEQA guideline section 15168C4 checklist for commercial cannabis land use entitlement and licensing applications.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And we begin, if anyone has a comment publicly to make on this, you want to submit your speaker slip, but we start with a staff presentation. Mr. Seward.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have some sick staff, so you have me handling this. Not much to say that's not in the memo. The applicants just need more time to put their package together to respond to the Commission's direction. So that's it.
Okay. Any questions from the other commissioners? No. Do we have any public comment? Not seeing any or anything online, then
I don't see any hands raised, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, just for the record, just give if the appellant and applicant are online, if they want to say anything. I don't know if they're in the room.
that's right, I skipped past that. Yeah, so just to clarify, are the applicant or the appellant in the room, or do they want to address us regarding the continuance request? I don't know that they are. Okay, seeing none, and also seeing no public comment requests, which I put in the wrong order, I think we close the public hearing and we bring it back to the commission for a vote.
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Kuhn.
I would,
Second.
Okay,
yeah.
I think we have a, A motion from Commissioner Cooney, a second from Commissioner Reed. Oh,
And just for clarification, the motion was to continue this item to October 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Villalobos, my savior. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to continue this to October 11th. Do you need a roll
9th.
call? 9th. Hello, hello, hello. I'm not in the right position. It's all because I'm at the end of the table. Okay, so you want to do a roll call, or are we just?
I'm happy to do so. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Chair Brightly.
Aye,
Motion passes 4-0.
thank you.
I think we have to go collect Mr. Martinez.
I have a question about this. I kept hearing reference to appellant. This is not an appeal, is it? Is it a CUP application? Yeah.
You're right. I was thinking of the other case. You're right, Commissioner Park. My apologies.
Did you ask a question about Mr. Stevens? I forgot to say that. Remember we had that discussion about Mr. Stevens? Oh, okay. That takes care of that. Okay, so then let's move on to what we originally had as item number 1 on our agenda. And I will ask if there's any ex parte. Oh, were you going to break?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do it quickly. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission consider the proposed agricultural enterprise ordinance project and recommended amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code and Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance.
Since it's an ordinance amendment, I do still have to ask in regards to any ex parte communications, correct? Or am I wrong?
Mr. Chair, you do not.
Okay,
Legislative item.
then let's move straight into staff then. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. We're pleased to be here for, I think, our 8th AEO meeting, and I know we're getting close to the finish line, so we've got a brief presentation to walk you through today and get some guidance on a few outstanding issues. So for our brief presentation, we're going to give just a quick overview of the direction that we received from your commission at the July 24th meeting, and then also go over some of the, based on that direction, the changes to the setbacks from AEO uses that may be adjacent to various agricultural commodities. And then the primary new issue that was discussed at the July 24th meeting was the proposed overlay. And so we'll provide some additional information and seek some guidance from your commission. So quickly, at the July 24th meeting, some of the changes that the Planning Commission directed. The first one's regarding small-scale campgrounds. So there was a proposed change on the lower end to allow 10 campsites for premises between 40 and 60 acres, and then for premises larger than 60 acres and up to 100 acres, allow up to 15 campsites. Also on the landowner provided accommodations at the small-scale campgrounds, the commission revised the direction that up to 60% of the campsites could be landowner provided accommodations. And then also provided direction for quiet hours at campgrounds that they commence at 9 p.m. standard time and 10 p.m. during daylight savings time. For incidental food service at winery tasting rooms, again, this was just for looking at those wineries where it's not explicitly stated in terms of the hours of operation for the tasting rooms. And the Planning Commission provided guidance that in those cases that the closing hours would be 8 p.m. And then finally, for small-scale special events, these were for the non-motorized, either bike races, trail runs, equestrian rides, similar activities. The commission revised the number of event days per calendar year from 20 to 25. and then also revise the number of event days per month from 6 days to 10 days per month. Regarding the setbacks for AEO uses that may be adjacent to various agricultural commodities, you know, this has been one of the topics of great discussion and debate. So the commission direction was to have, just a reminder, a 100-foot general setback for all uses, a 400-foot setback from adjacent residences that aren't part of the ag premises, and then a 200-foot setback from food crop, orchards, and vineyards instead of a variable setback. And again, these were the 200-foot setback would be for those areas outside of the proposed limited agricultural overlay. One of the areas that we want to get confirmation from your commission today is that whether that 200-foot setback would apply if there's a proposed composting operation. I know that there was some concern of maybe having a greater setback, so we just wanted to get confirmation on that perspective. And then also the amendments also include the allowances for adjustments that we had previously discussed. So at the July 24th hearing, one of the main new concepts introduced was consideration of a proposed zoning overlay. And so this is, again, in relationship to the discussions that the commission and the public have had regarding AEO uses adjacent to agricultural commodities, and particularly the balancing of uses for those historic row crop areas. And so the concept of this overlay would be that it would be applied to the Ag 2 zone lands in those areas that have historically been large areas of row crops and food crop growing areas. West Santa Maria, East Santa Maria, west of Lompoc, those general areas. And so with that direction, also the commission at least had general discussion that a certain set of uses, AEO uses that are most closely aligned with agriculture, could be allowed uses within the overlay. And then the other concept in terms of allowed uses would be whether or not there should be a conditional use permit pathway for some of the other AEO uses that could be pursued within the overlay. So with that general direction, staff had crafted language for what we're calling the limited agricultural enterprise overlay. And those draft amendments are included in both the amendments for the Land Use and Development Code in Article 2, and then we've also included a separate attachment F for the overlay, which is a standalone attachment just for convenience of viewing, and then it describes those proposed allowed uses and potentially allowed conditionally permitted uses. In our Planning Commission memo and in our slide deck, we had proposed a series of questions seeking direction from the Commission regarding essentially if there's support for the overlay, looking at guidance for both the allowed uses and then any uses that may be allowed with a conditional use permit. In a way to maybe start that conversation, I'm going to jump to a table that we also had created that hopefully will try to lay out the information in one place. And so this table is a characterization of potential uses that could be allowed within the limited agriculture enterprise overlay. And so in the far left column, we have the list of AEO uses. And I'll take one step back, and one of the objectives that we heard from the commission and also supported by staff is that the uses that you can do today in Ag 2, they will continue to be allowed. And so there isn't any, the AEO is not intending to take away any potential rights that you could do today in Ag 2. So that's sort of a starting principle that then we're looking at what else could you do. And so the next column specifically allowed in the overlay are those uses that would be allowed by right. They're the AEO uses that are most closely aligned with the agricultural uses of the land. This will include aquaponics, the small-scale agricultural processing, farm stands. We included horseback riding and hunting just because, well, the horseback riding, you're already today in Ag 2, you could do those uses in terms of with a land use permit. And so we just want to make it clear that it aligns with sort of the by right allowed uses. So we wanted to add that to the list, as well as hunting. Even in the AO use, we don't require a permit for the hunting operation. The hunting just needs to be complying with the California Department of Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife regulations. And so it was just, again, to explicitly state that that's allowed use. And then similarly for the incidental food at service at wineries, wineries would continue to be allowed. They're permitted in a separate section of the Land Use and Development Code. So on Ag 2 lands, there's no change to that. And the incidental food service that we've been looking at in relationship to AEO uses would also continue to be allowed within the overlay. The uses below that are generally the ones that are one step or more away from the agricultural use, and so that we would be looking for guidance and direction from your commission on whether any or all of those uses could be considered with a conditional permit, conditional use permit. The middle column, we wanted to list out those uses that you can currently pursue in the Ag 2 zone. So for example, the campgrounds and composting, they're already allowed with a major conditional use permit. So somebody could apply today for those uses. Similarly, with the educational experiences, opportunities, and at the very bottom, the small scale, or the special events, those two are allowed today with a minor conditional use permit. The ones with NA, they're currently not allowed uses other than within the Gaviota Coast planning area, because those were some of the original AEO uses that were contemplated for Gaviota. And then finally, on the left-hand column, are at least staff's initial potential take at how some of those uses could be allowed within the overlay if the commission so desires. And so we would, for those uses that are currently allowed with a minor CUP, like special events and educational experiences, staff would recommend that they continue to be allowed with a minor CUP. The two kind of areas for like campgrounds and composting, for campgrounds and for all of these uses, events, one of the considerations that we were trying to wrap our heads around and trying to convey simply is that since the commission has spent so much time looking at the levels of uses for AEOs in terms of number of events or activities, is the consideration that within the overlay, the applicant could pursue those AEO level uses with a minor CUP. And so that's what's projected here. But as I mentioned, that second to last column, there's also the concept that somebody today, there's a permit path for campgrounds for major CUP. So for staff's recommending that if somebody within the overlay wanted to pursue campgrounds, the AEO level use campgrounds, it would be a minor CUP. But if they want to do something broader than that, they still have the option today to go through the major CUP. So that's kind of the considerations for that very last category. So I wanted to give you kind of just paint the picture of some of the considerations that the Planning Commission will want to talk about, and certainly we can look at the details in more depth in responding to your questions. So based on the direction that we received from your commission at the last hearing, staff has revised all of the documents and the ordinance amendments and also drafted new ordinance amendments for the overlays, and those are reflected in the attachments in your staff memo of August 21st and listed here, and those would be tools that we have available that we can go to aid in our discussions. We also have the interactive map that we can bring up that we provided on our webpage where members of the public can view where the proposed overlays and the extent of the overlays are located. So we have that as a tool available for any discussions that the commission would like. And then finally, with all the materials provided in your memo from August 21st and any guidance and direction from today, staff would be seeking direction from your commission to make a motion to move this project forward with the recommended actions listed in staff memo on page 4 and 5. And so with that, that concludes staff's presentation.
So, commissioners, if you have any questions, but first of all, thank you for your work on this. This was really helpful. I really like that page 12 of your exhibits that really outline things, but which brought up a question in my mind offhand, but I forget it. Minor CUP, what does that mean?
So it's a conditional use. It's sort of the lowest level. We have both a minor conditional use permit and a major conditional use permit. They're both discretionary permits. The minor conditional use permit, the approval authority is the zoning administrator, but it can be appealed to the planning commission, whereas the major conditional use permit goes directly to the planning commission for approval.
Okay, thank you. I know Commissioner Park wanted to address at least the overlay.
I would, but I think that should probably follow the other commissioners' questions.
Yeah.
And I have a couple of questions, but I think you should call on the other commissioners first.
No doubt. Commissioner Bidley.
Well, thank you for asking the question about the minor CUP process. I want to double check it went to us instead of the board directly. Secondly, on your staff report on page 4 under recommended documents, you had, along with any revisions from the last hearing and not expressly directed by the Planning Commission. So I'm doing my best to follow the bouncing ball here, and I think you've done a phenomenal job in documenting everything, and please pass on my thanks to Ms. Harris as well. But can you just give me a highlight of what else was in our packet today that maybe didn't come from the commission that you just caught in your good work?
Sure. So for attachment E, which is the matrix, which is the 11 by 17 colored table that we've been using to kind of track the directions for the commission, we've updated that, and in red reflects the changes that the commission directed. The main additional changes that staff added were really to the draft LUDC in Article 2, where we've included some straightforward suggested changes, such as from Ms. Petrovich's letter, some of the comments that we received during from individual commissioners like Commissioner Reed. So all of those changes are in red in the draft ordinance amendments for the LUDC in Article 2. So we've shown those in red. And we did, for example, in attachment G, which is the standalone revised setback, we've also made some slight changes to that in terms of our discussions with County Council and just reading how the flow of information, and also the one specific change we also refined was in terms of how the neighbor agreements could be addressed as part of a permit application. It could be one consideration that staff would look at in terms of any adjustments to the setback. And so we revised the wording just so it reflected that perspective. But generally, they should all be shown in red in the LUDC and Article 2 amendments.
And Mr. Lackey, they're not material changes, right? They're just cleanup items.
They're mostly cleanup items, correctly.
Thank you. I mean, just kind of touching because there's a lot of overlapping and cross-referencing. So that last point you brought up about additional information to support additional information that an applicant has to provide if they're asking for something other than the standard allowances. That's in your attachment G, right?
Correct.
And so can you just summarize that for us? Because Can you just summarize that for us? And so the public understands too?
Commissioner Briley, through the chair. So at the last hearing, there was some discussion about the setbacks from commodities and whether or not if landowners could come to some, at least, agreement on the setbacks, can that be considered in the adjustments? Because we had proposed a series of adjustments for the setbacks. And so with that direction, since really the consideration of those would apply when there's a permit application, it would be one factor that the Planning Development Department could consider when looking at the appropriate setback. So it's not an acceptance of that agreement because the county needs to make their determination of compliance with the conditions, but it would be one factor that can be considered in that permit application for adjusting the setback. If it was an AEO use under the exempt from permit category, then that would not be a factor. It would only be for the permit application because the county needs to apply that discretion and consideration as part of the permit application.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So just to refresh, so the factors we identify for being able to adjust the setback include if there's, excuse me, intervening topography, roads, habitat, other features that would preclude establishment of agricultural use along the property line. Also, if the adjacent agricultural use is setback a ways from the property line, you could potentially adjust the setback concomitantly with that. If there's intervening development, specifically residential development, that may be a reason to reduce or adjust the setback as well. If there's intervening 4-lane divided highway, then the setback would not apply. You'd be just the default 100-foot setback. So those are the different ways in which the setback could be adjusted downward. In all cases, the default would be 100 feet, and that's sort of your baseline or your bottom line. It would never be reduced below 100 feet.
So from 400 to 100 based on those factors. But did I hear Mr. Lackey talk about some kind of owner-neighbor agreement that could be presented as
Correct.
these considerations, or maybe I misunderstood?
And that's shown there in red, which is, and this was discussed at the last hearing, if the neighbors agree that a reduced setback is appropriate, they can submit that to the county staff. We can and use that as in our consideration of the appropriateness of a reduced setback.
Great, but not less than 100.
Not less than 100.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a really important thing for the public to understand, and I appreciate the clarification. That's all. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to revisit a couple of those points since from the very beginning, accommodating requirements from setbacks while accommodating the need of smaller properties and irregular shaped parcels to retain the ability to participate in the AEO permitted activities has been probably the most frequent reason for extending meetings and discussions and things. I think it's very, very important to explain how those have been accommodated. At first, obviously, well, maybe not obviously yet, but in order to preserve the integrity of large-scale row crop operations in the northern parts of the county, that was fundamental to the decision to look at the overlays. But the modifications in setback requirements have also been very important in maximizing, permitting the ability of people in areas of smaller properties, particularly Santa Ynez Valley, similar areas, to afford them a workable foot back on their property where they would be able to participate in these activities. So I think it's very important, again, and I know it really, we appreciate your work on that and your concession. Could you bring back that language in determining whether the criteria for setback adjustment has been met? That would be very important for you staff to be able to accommodate that without abandoning their role in approving land use like this. So very much appreciate your work toward allowing that to be a consideration and looking to modify setbacks. I think that was an important milestone in getting us to where we are today. One other thing I'd like, in the presentation, there's a page 16. Is it possible to project that? Because it's a more 16, it's a good visual in explaining the other potential modifications of setback, which were mentioned earlier by Mr. Tuttle. Again, these are, physical issues, topographic issues relative to some properties that help free them from some of the setbacks and will allow people, particularly again in smaller or irregularly shaped properties, to participate in the activities allowed by the AEO. Because again, remember, the basis for this ordinance was to allow people on dedicated Ag 2 properties dedicated to agriculture to look for alternative income streams to support the persistence of their agricultural operations by supplementing their income. So these sorts of adjustments from the beginning have been developed and are very important to maximize the ability of landowners to participate in this. So they've been very important from day one, have been the root cause and foundation to people look at and say, man, 8 meetings and you're just here? Well, we've come a long way and we've made a lot of accommodations both to protect fundamental ag activities, but to allow participation of other owners who really need alternatives, income streams to support their existence. So I think they're very important, and they're very important as evidence of a lot of the hard work both the commission and staff and owners who've contributed to the conversation, to the hard work they have all done to bring it to its current state, which we think is a far more user-friendly and far more available opportunity for those who need it, while preserving the protections and the rights of people who are in the overlays. So.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had one observation when the first chart was on the screen, and I see it's repeated in staff memo to us, but I think I was caught by the reference to horseback riding as needing a permit, and under what circumstances would someone going for a horseback ride need a permit?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, it's really the establishment of an equestrian facility that would require a land use permit in the Ag 2 zone. If you're just out riding your horse, no, that does not require a permit.
And you can do that pretty much anywhere, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Just want to head off some panic down the road. Thank you.
And I just have one last question. Commercial farming operations, I remember last time we were talking about that. There's I couldn't find the definition again, but I don't know if there is a definition.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if you're speaking in regards to the setbacks, or
well, it was even
just
in the
general?
language. It was even in the language that Commissioner Reed had pulled up right there. If you go back down. Commercial farming operations, adjacent commercial farming operations.
Right. So we don't precisely define what a commercial farming operation is. We have language here where it says commercial farming operation where the primary land use shall be the production of one or more agricultural commodities for commercial purposes. That's about the extent of our definition. So it can't just be someone's own personal use farm or crops. It really has to be intended for commercial purposes in order for that setback to even apply. We also have further language there that a minimum of 10 acres be planted or a history of planting of 10 acres within the previous 10 years. So again, the purpose there is for these setbacks to kick in, these enhanced setbacks to kick in. The idea for those is to make sure you're not encroaching on or impacting adjacent farming operations, not someone's personal backyard orchard, but a commercial operation.
Yeah, I never noticed the fallow periods, but that makes sense because, like we were talking about, if I remember, somebody just can't say, I hear somebody's going to do something next door, I'm going to go and plant right away. It has to have a period of time, and sometimes people do have a fallow period. Okay, thank you. That was my questions. Commissioner Park.
Yes, would you mind, Mr. Lackey, going back to a table for overlay uses? You were just there. I'm going to ask Mr. Lackey to confirm something that I think would be important to property owners in the overlay area. And I first want to disclose that my Brown Act buddy on this matter, which is Mr. Reed, he and I met with several members of staff on Monday afternoon just to kind of brief staff on all the meetings that we had with various people, what they had to say the week before, and to try to organize the best format for getting through this hearing today. And one thing we spoke about were just these questions that you've raised about a permit path for AEO uses in the overlay, correct? And these recommendations that you put in the chart, they reflect my motivation of making it clear to property owners in the overlay areas that the addition of this permit path wouldn't reduce what they could do already without the AEO, correct?
Correct, Commissioner Park, through the chair. The intent is that the allowed uses in the Ag 2 base zone still would apply. For example, the uses that AEO related for campground composting, there's already a major CUP pathway. Someone can do those today. So the intent is that those uses, we're not trying to take away any rights or opportunities that they can do today. It's really how does a commission want to have a permit pathway for any of the other AEO uses within the overlay.
So the presence of the overlay on one of those properties would not in any way reduce what they could do under existing law, correct? It doesn't take anything away.
Correct.
In fact, though, where the AEO uses might be more liberal, greater than under existing law, it gave people that advantage as well.
Correct, Commissioner Park. For example, campgrounds. So, there's been a lot of vetting of what's the appropriate numbers for the small-scale campgrounds, and so there may be an opportunity, with in the far left column, the staff's recommendation for a minor CUP for the campground and the overlay may be both in terms of the uses may be more permissive than you potentially could get in a straight major CUP.
Well, we know the commission may change all this today in the vote, but at least given how you've summarized recommendations here, this in no way restricts what those property owners can do under current law, and in fact adds to it.
That's correct.
If they go through that process. Okay. Are you able to pull up the overlay interactive map that you sent out? There you go. And does that reflect what's in the exhibit?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, yes. So this map is also reflected as the map panels in the attachments for the zoning overlay ordinance amendments, and is also the boundaries that staff use to do noticing for the proposed overlay. So we did both a display ad in the Santa Maria Times with each of those panels, and then we also did individual postcard notices to property owners within those areas of the potential for this overlay.
Okay. And are you able to pull up the overlay maps that I sent you?
It will take me a minute. Yes, so do you want to start in?
Well, this is where I'd like to start off a little bit of narrative,
Yes.
Chair. What Mr. Lackey showed you, and that's part of the package today, are not the exact overlay boundaries that you saw on July 24. I want you all to realize that. And, but they are the overlay boundaries that were referred to in the notice that staff sent out to property owners out there. So they got the most recent overlays. This is an overlay map I prepared. That's where these came from. I did this on CalTopo, and you can see it identifies each affected parcel. It has its parcel lines, and it shows the owner. You can track that through. And so in preparing this, literally tracked all urban boundaries, all parcel lines. On this first overlay, which is the East Santa Maria Valley overlay, what it doesn't have that the original overlay I presented on July 24th contained was a large finger, if you will, down the Sisquoc River, down to the at the southeast corner. I met with property owners in that area. They did not want to be in an overlay because they definitely wanted to participate in ag tourism activities and AEO activities. And so they didn't want to be forestalled from that. So we took that out. And that's also an area where there's a mixture of, well, old quarries, wineries, wine tasting rooms, and row crop, all even under the same ownership. So I met with Steve Will and his stepson, Toby Goodwin, about all that, among others. Now, moving on, if you could go over to the west overlay. Again, that was adjusted to fit exact property lines and jurisdictional lines between county and the city. And it benefits from a tour that was provided to me by former Commissioner Larry Farini, who offered to drive me around and show me what was missing and what might be adjusted. And he pointed out that my former overlay used as a kind of a western boundary, Highway 1, but that there is some relatively new cultivation, and a lot of it that's on the southwest side of Highway 1, and it needed to be included. So we included that. Met with Craig Reed, who's one of the ownership group of Betaravia Farms, at one of those properties at the corner of Black Road and Highway 1, and discussed whether where he thought the overlay should be. and would they want to be included and so forth. So this adjustment came from that. And could we go down to the Lompoc one? Oh, I neglected to state that particularly with respect to the eastern overlay, I met with Commissioner Reed. We drove all the roads there, and in fact, drove through all of these areas on a separate tour, and he's especially familiar with the eastern side. So that reflects the adjustment. But on the Lompoc overlay, again, this was adjusted to fit property lines. There's a few properties, in particular on the eastern side, where the overlay crosses a property line, and it did that because I was trying to match where the row crop actually existed. I know that some of these owners on that eastern side will have some interest in ag enterprise type activities, campgrounds, et cetera, but not on their row crop land, on their grazing land, their kind of upland that's off to the east and outside of the overlay. And this was, again, adjusted to fit everything we could find that's row crop. So that's the overlays and where they came from.
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, one little point I'd like to clarify, perhaps for anybody watching, or maybe even for some people in the room. Commissioner Park used the term Brown Act buddy. Do you know where that comes from? It has to do with the Brown Act, which is a law under which all commissions and government bodies operate. This is a 5-member board. So for any issue we're facing, like the AEO ordinance, outside of a regular public hearing, we can only talk to no more than one other commissioner. The minute we talk to a third commissioner outside of a hearing, either at one time or serially, that becomes a majority of the board, and it becomes a meeting and needs to be properly noticed, agendized, and made public. So that's where the term Brown Act buddy comes from. Because outside of these meetings, we can never talk to more than one other commissioner on any specific item that will come before us. And so Brown Act buddy is just kind of a euphemism to explain that. Same thing as with cannabis. On that, Supervisor Lavanino and Williams, they worked together on that as an ad hoc committee, but same rule applied, no more than 2, and then they wound up being called the, they had a nickname they assigned to them, but which was kind of uncomplimentary. But nonetheless, that's where the term Brown Act buddies come from, if anybody happened to be wondering what that term meant.
I forgot one of the overlays.
Yes, Commissioner Park.
Oh, I forgot reference to one of the overlays. Could you pull up the 135 corridor overlay? There you go. This is what we originally presented on July 24 hearing, and I've deliberately omitted it for this hearing, and I want to explain why. Again, that relates back to my tour with Commissioner Farini, and he questioned the value of this overlay for a couple of reasons, which I'll describe. One is that a very large part of this belongs to one property owner. It's White Hill Farms, and they have so much land there, including the land behind. They don't need an overlay. They've got their own buffer, but they do have some park areas and things where they may wish to do some ag enterprise activities. So he felt that it did them no good. In fact, it would do them harm. And he felt the same way as one goes further south on Highway 1, I guess it's 135 at this point. And we start getting properties that are a mixture of some row crop next to vineyards. There's one winery there. They may want to do ag enterprise type activities. There's a lot of homesteads in there. Because those homesteads are there, you're not going to find much crop spraying. And in those homesteads, they may want to develop into farm stays and things like that. And there's lands there, particularly kind of on the left side of the screen and above 135, where there's not as much going on, and where they've tried farming or passed on it, where they may want to put in campgrounds and whatnot. So we just felt that it would be almost impossible to design an overlay there that covered properties that wanted to be in it and didn't want to be in it. And again, we get this thing that in the, especially on that kind of left lower corner, where property owners own both row crop, but they also own the land, the substantial grazing land below it, and where they might want to be included. One particular thing I think a lot of our North County people will recognize is Harris Ranch. You've been there, Mr. Reed. And where they have a beautiful green area with trees and have large public meetings and things now, and that's an example of something where they may want to do some ag enterprise type activities and not face the overlay. So on balance, I felt that overlay wasn't as workable as the others, as important as the others, and I withdrew it from my maps. But it's here today because since we'd referred to it on the 24th of July, then we felt, and staff particularly felt, that it was important to send it out in the notice as something potential. But when we make the motion on this, I'm not going to include that overlay area. I wanted to just say that before public comment, because if somebody wants to talk about that, then they know where we're headed.
Okay, and I don't know if staff has anything to add from our comments. Okay, so this will be the period of time we go into public comment. Mr. Villalobos, how many do we have online there?
Mr. Chair, we have 9 total people online.
Okay, we have 9 here present. Why don't we take a short 5-minute break, and then we're going to go straight into public comment, and I'm going to take those people who are here first and have submitted their slips. Okay, just a short 5-minute conference. Session. And like I indicated, we are into the public comment situation here. And we do allow 3 minutes per each person that's speaking. And we're going to start with the people that are here. I like to just, and I'm not trying to say anything negative, but it may come across that way. But I like to remind people that this has been on several times, and we've heard you. We've heard a lot of what you had to say, and it's taken into comments. So if it's to repeat what you've said in the past, you're entitled to that. But I want you to know that we've heard you, and it's been included within this document here. So let's start with Ed Seaman. And please announce your name when you're speaking, before you start speaking. Thank you.
Ed Seaman, Restoration Oaks Ranch, Santa Barbara Blueberries, and Wild Farmlands Foundation. And I have just a couple of remarks on composting and setbacks. And before I get started, thank you for what you've done to this point in time. I've been tracking this for a while. A lot has happened that's really good, so I really appreciate it. I hope we can get to the finish line here. Regarding small general composting, and I'm going back a little bit, a max of 100 cubic yards on site at any one time does not seem adequate for property owners and land stewards that want to rehabilitate open fields. You need to apply 8 to 10 cubic yards per acre once or twice a year to move away from synthetic fertilizers or to fortify a landscape so that it becomes naturally regenerative, which is the goal of a lot of us. Regarding agricultural material composting, a max of 1,000 cubic yards is reasonable, but small-scale agriculture is going to have a hard time harvesting clean agricultural material at sufficient quantities if they need to source from the same site. Small-scale food growers don't typically own or lease multiple sites, so it's a challenge. Correct me if I'm not reading this properly. And having said that, a zoning clearance or an LUP might be reasonable depending on how long it takes and how much it costs to get approved. It took us 15 months to get CDFA organic certification for our compost product, and property owners, stewards, or small-scale food growers should not be forced to wait more than a year to get permission to rehabilitate their own lands with their own agricultural materials. Regarding setbacks, 100 feet seems good. Less, if it's negotiated, seems good. I've heard concerns about leaching and odors. And as far as setbacks for organic composting, if you use the clean organic materials and follow long-established protocols for thermophilic or worm-based composting, that makes on-site composting leach safe and odor-free. Much more odor-free than outdoor cannabis, I would point out. And right now, literally there's no odor abatement on Ag 2 lands for cannabis. So as a whole, I think this is really good. I'm open to answer questions or for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. I see no questions. Thank you. So we'll move on to Dennis Bozanich.
Dennis Bozanich, representing a couple of property owners here in North County, and Chair and Commissioners. I think it's time to move on. I think it's time to capture what you've done and move the ordinance forward to the board. I don't see any value in continuing the process. I think there's so little now that's being gained at this point. I hate to even lose the possibility of even those gains. And so I would ask the commission to go ahead and approve it today as you've and staff have worked through the various issues. Take what you got and let's get it to the board. The time is of the essence. We have a lot of other things that have been backed up because of this, things like the rec master plan, and a number of other items that are important. And so I want to make sure that those things get equal treatment when their time comes as well, because they're equally important to the folks I'm working with. And I think it's time. It's time. So, and Commissioner Reed, thanks for bringing up cannabis and nicknames. So appreciate it.
Thank you. And next we have Claire Weinman.
Good morning. My name is Claire Weinman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We submitted written comments on Friday, and our comments are the reflection of many, many hours of conversations across our members and other stakeholders. I would like to highlight a few key points from these conversations, which represents the majority of fresh produce cultivated in Santa Barbara County. There is unanimous consensus that we support agriculture throughout the county, and we want agriculture to continue to thrive in the county. There is consensus on support for the concept of a permissive overlay in the areas of the county where the ordinance could provide welcome opportunities without creating undue conflicts. There is unanimous support for the concept of a private party agreement as a mechanism to adapt the proposed regulatory framework to the specific location and parties involved. There is unanimous consensus about concerns over compost near fresh produce and the potential threat to food safety and biorejections near food crops, and that this specific activity should be removed from the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. There is strong consensus that a 1,000-foot setback for row crops and 400 feet for orchards and vineyards is probably enough to protect most operations from conflicts for most proposed activities. There is unanimous consensus that a setback of 200 or 300 feet from some of the proposed activities is not adequately protective of current or future agricultural production activities. There is considerable conflict over whether limited overlays should be adopted or not. Some are absolutely opposed to the introduction of overlays, some are very supportive of the overlays, and others are willingly to begrudgingly tolerate the concept of overlays as a last resort if all other options fail. Thank you for your consideration of these comments and assessing next steps for the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on to Catherine War. I'm sorry. It's my pronunciation.
Thank you. Catherine Rohr for We Watch. And I want to thank the commissioners and their staff for the continued work on the ordinance. I'm not going to reiterate all the points submitted in We Watch's letter. They're there regarding start and quiet times, the overlay definitions, et cetera. But we want to acknowledge that 75% of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance activities are anticipated to take place in the Santa Ynez Valley, which is a little tiny community made up of even tinier communities. We Watch supports the goal of providing alternate income for farmers and ranchers. We note that, however, the majority of the written public comments submitted for today's hearing confirm the overarching concerns that We Watch has been raising throughout this process, that there's a very real need for neighborhood compatibility between AEO uses and neighboring residential uses. So if we can have an overlay to protect vegetables, we should be able to have one to protect neighborhood harmony. It's not surprising that the Commission has received a lot of input and advice from those hoping to profit from the natural paradise that is the Santa Ynez Valley, which also happens to be home to thousands of people who are longtime homeowners of family homes and farms, parents raising children that need to study and sleep in their homes. It's harder for single-family homeowners and actual farmers to marshal the time and money to be heard, but the public is beginning to understand what's being contemplated by developers at the expense of our families and farms, and the Commission is hearing other parts of this story now, a story of the loss not just of agriculture, but of our culture and heritage at the altar of commerce. When we look at the maps that I've provided, and I pulled just a few from the Santa Ynez Valley, which I provided to Mr. Villalobos. The need for a limited agricultural enterprise overlay along and around our urban ag boundaries is readily apparent. You get a sense immediately of how many hundreds of homes people have purchased or built very near, right on the edge of the herb and ag boundary near agricultural land. So we're not talking about rural Ag 2 parcels like the Chamberlain Ranch, which is way out in the rural area. We're talking about Ag 2 parcels that are literally share a boundary line, that's our urban ag boundary inside that area there. And if you go to the next slide, you can see those are Ag 2 parcels highlighted in yellow, and they are pushed up against hundreds of homes that people live in. I hear a lot of concern about, I'm sorry?
I have to end you there. There's 3 minutes right there. Thank you.
I have a question of the speaker.
Yes.
Sure.
You used a figure of 75% of the anticipated uses for the AEO will be in the Santa Ynez Valley. And I've been wondering about that. This is not the first time I've heard this from communications from you. I personally conducted 12 workshops around the county on this and the rec master plan. 3 of them were in the Santa Ynez Valley. I think they were there before maybe you moved there. I've spent a lot of time in the Cuyama Valley, where there's strong support for this and strong interest in doing things there on very large parcels. In the Lompoc Valley, in the Carpinteria area, to the area south of Clark, Sisquoc River area. I mean, I could go on, but none of those are in the Santa Ynez Valley. And then even in the Santa Ynez Valley, I'm looking at stuff that's west of Buellton, which is along the Santa Ynez River, or even the Rancho San Fernando Rey, which is in the Santa Ynez Valley, but so is the Ventura County line when you go all the way over there. And but they're not normally thought of as being in what you're calling the Santa Ynez Valley. So where's your 75% figure come from?
It actually came from something from the Planning Commission. I can find you the document. It's one of the early documents that came from the commission, but I'm happy to forward that to you. And nobody's opposed. WeWatch has no opposition.
No, I'm not asking you to expound on your arguments. I'm just asking you to answer my question where that 75%
I'll
happily
forward the commission the document. Yeah, that came from the commission, not
It's
from
probably
us.
too late to get it now. But, okay. You got it from somewhere. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now on to Phil Jones.
Can do I just tell you when to adjust it, or do I have this little thing here? Just tell, okay. Good morning. My name is Phil Jones. I represent the property at 222 Winchester Canyon in Goleta. It's in the county, actually. And I am a co-trustee of the Better World Trust. So this property, which is on the screen here, is approximately, it's 486 acres. And you can see from this particular slide, we did a biological study that kind of outlines all of the different habitats that are on the property. And it's very colorful, as you can see. And if you can go down a little bit, one slide, we can go and look at the next one, which is more of the hydrology of that. So there's, not only all the habitats, but there's, quite a bit of the floodplains and channels that are on the property. The next slide, which, I'd like to talk a little bit more about. What I did is I took that slide and I kind of highlighted what areas could be usable and which ones are in habitat. To make it simple, out of the 486 acres, 363 are habitat. So that leaves, like 120, I guess, acres that are potentially usable for others, which includes mostly agriculture. So first of all, I do want to thank the commission to spend this much time on this issue, because as a farmland in ranching, it's very difficult to make any kind of living on these kinds of properties when you have that kind of a constraint to work with. Now, we are very sensitive to the biological areas, and we don't plan on touching those at all, other than just conserving those. The other uses, we're just not sure what to do with them. Paul Garrett, which was the owner of this property for over 60 years, was very attached to this land. He was very attached to the community, although he did not have this as a usable property or accessible. But on his passing, which was this last March at 97, he asked his team, myself included, to make this a legacy project for his name. And do something good with it. Do something that would be good for the community. So that's our task. That's our mission as the trustees of this project. So I know I'm out of time here, but let me just say that just briefly, it's hard to, when we have that little of a space, to have the setbacks. We'd like to have as minimal setbacks as possible. We'd like to see 50 feet, but I know you're considering 100 feet, which is fine. And we also like to, and the other issue is the amount of landowner provided accommodations. We like the 60 or more percent.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
No problem. The next person is, I believe it's Alan Nunes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. My name is Alan Nunes, and I, too, am a representative of Winchester Canyon, owned previously by Mr. Paul Garrett, a single individual. I'd like to spend just a moment to explain who Paul Garrett is. He was born in 1927 in a metropolitan area called Los Angeles. His father was a rancher. They raised cattle, and he, too, became a rancher. And his heart actually was in the land. He knew the land way better than most people did at the time and even today. And his goal in life was to amass and assemble properties, of which typically this was one of the smaller ones. And I've worked for Mr. Garrett for 35 years. Phil Jones worked for Mr. Garrett for 40 years. On this particular piece of property, Mr. Garrett charged Phil and I with the objective to determine what we're going to do with this property. We were not going to do your typical entitlement. We're not going to do your typical hospitality, but he wanted us to come up with a plan. And simply, I submitted to Mr. Garrett that we had a very unusual piece of property. We have a blue line stream. We have wildlife. We have nature, a mass. And I have to turn back my clock a little bit and look at a different type of property to utilize in a different type of way. And what Mr. Garrett said, and I emphasize this to the commissioners, at the end of the day, at the start of this year, we met. And he goes, what's your key objective? And I said, well, we're going to create something that's more organic and natural. He goes, that's not good enough. He goes, how about if we create something for the good of? And he left it at that. And I said, well, the good of the Garrett Group? The good of agricultural? The good of what? He goes, I want you to fill in the blank. Months later, we came to the conclusion of what I read up there, some small words, some indications of what Paul meant. We met months later, and he said, did you come up with something? And I said, yes, for the good of the future and the community. He goes, what's the future? Youth. And he goes, what's the youth? I said, millennials, Gen Z, Gen X. He goes, I don't understand your acronyms. Be real clear. I said, for our kids and our grandkids. And so what we've come up with is some type of plan, and we're just amassing this particular plan where we would have agricultural uses, we would have campgrounds, and we would have, yes, education centers. That's been mentioned in your plan, in your master plan. So education centers, I anticipate to work, yes, WCB, with natural resources, with all of these different agencies that I will meet with, but including those education centers that are local and nearby. the universities, the colleges, SLO, even UC Davis, to create education centers for wildlife, for agricultural uses, and those are going to be complements. And so what I would like to see happen within this particular project, I'm a little too late, I guess, on speaking. I would have liked to have seen, for example, more campgrounds for youth and education centers, so that this particular plan, the authors of this plan, the AEO, will go on beyond what we're going to discover today. And that's not just respectfully for the users who own land, but for the future.
Thank you, Mr.
that are
Walden.
about to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Chip Wellbrandt.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and also staff. I'm also here with Allison Laslett, but we thought that only one of us really needs to speak. We really just want to say thank you. Please move this forward to the board. We've been working on this since before COVID. You've had a COVID economic emergency ordinance adopted that allowed for incidental food service at wineries. That has worked out incredibly well. It's been extended once. It's going to expire the end of October of this year. I think that while I gave you some little tweak markups, I'll work with staff between now and the board and try and get those tweaked out. But I think this is ready to go forward, and I think it needs to go forward before a whole new generation is appearing before you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker I have a speaker set for is Michael Becchio.
I'm going to pass.
Okay, pass. Are you on item number 2? Because it has 2 and 1.
I meant for the enterprise ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And so now we'll go to those that are online. There's one more?
I had turned in a slip.
Maybe it got caught back somewhere. Nan Walden?
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, I thought okay.
I'll be
problem.
brief. First of all, I just want to thank the commissioners and the staff. This is excellent work. I've been involved in some land use and ag preservation efforts in my career, and you've done a wonderful job of assembling public input and summarizing the comments and outreach to a diverse community, and congratulations, that's not easy. I just have a few comments. We're a bit latecomers to this. Our main agricultural operations are in Arizona, but we own 10 acres here in Santa Ynez, and we're looking forward to buying a larger agricultural property here. So we're very interested in this whole endeavor. So I'll give to the board the written copies, and I've submitted them electronically as well. I think the idea of augmenting farm income is wonderful. We see many farms, 1 to 2 million acres being lost every year to development. And so we definitely are in favor of that. I think what's important is, again, providing a mechanism for the neighbors to be able to adjust to ag uses and vice versa, because we do have residential neighborhoods backing up to ag properties. And for example, we have a 10-acre property, but it's very narrow. It's 320 feet wide. And so the activities of our neighbors on both sides have a huge impact on us. Also, the traffic, egress and ingress, other types of circulation patterns like this are very important in a neighborhood. And sometimes we've just gotten notice as adjacent landowners, whereas the whole street or neighborhood is really affected by some of these uses. So I think the idea of negotiating, having agreements with neighbors, and indeed noticing the truly affected components in the community are important. Finally, the enforcement mechanisms. I know the staff is limited. I know that we have a shortage of staff. And so, unfortunately for neighbors, sometimes the ordinance is great, but your neighbor is not following the ordinance, and it's hard to get someone's attention officially to correct anything that is really becoming a problem. So I hope the staff can continue to be imaginative and thorough in setting up mechanisms where neighbors can raise these legitimate concerns that they have. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Park?
Yes, I actually have a suggestion for the speaker. My eyes lit up when you talked about enforcement mechanism because, most of our homestay appeals that have been in this county have all been in my district. And so I hear a lot every week about, are we enforcing our homestay regulations? Are we enforcing this and that? And it's hard to do all these things through a complaint-driven system. So if you and others have a different idea, and you may know Mark Herthel, you should if you don't, and Mark's raised the same thing to me privately.
Yeah, know him very well.
That if there's folks that have a suggestion for a somewhat amplified enforcement system for this, it would, I think, be well received at the board level.
We'll certainly put our heads together on that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, we'll move on to those that are online.
All right, so for those of you who are joining us via Zoom, if you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. I do notice we do have one telephone caller. If that's you and you'd like to speak on this item, it's *9 to raise your hand. That's *9.
Okay, and I also like to make the announcement that anybody who raises their hand after this, it's cut off right now. So don't come in afterwards.
All right. Our first speaker will be Susan Petrovich, to be followed by Anna Citron.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I did provide my comment in writing last night. Sorry for the lateness. And I continue to support the AEO and have been supportive from the beginning, but I continue to fear that some people will not respect their neighbors, the environment, or the ordinances of this county. And so I suggested that you incorporate into the ordinance the concept that all non-agricultural activities that require a designated land area, such as campsites, event sites, and so forth, shall be limited both individually and cumulatively to a maximum land area that occupies no more than, and I inserted 0.5%, but of course, that's up to you, of the total acreage of the premises. The limited land area, therefore, will constitute a secondary or incidental use, and agricultural uses shall constitute the primary land use on the premises. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Anna Citron, to be followed by Sarah Watman.
Good morning, Chair Martinez and Planning Commissioners. Anna Citron, Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. I'll be very brief today. I want to once again thank staff and the Commission for your hard work on this ordinance, and thank Commissioner Park for his solution-oriented approach that is reflected in this current overlay proposal. We don't have specific comments on the overlay, as no overlay areas are proposed on the Gaviota Coast. There are aspects of the Commission's prior direction that we would prefer were different, like the percentage of owner-provided accommodations at small-scale campgrounds. But heeding Chair Martinez's comments earlier and just recognizing the importance of moving forward, we're not asking you to rehash those issues today. As we consider this overlay proposal and wrap up remaining loose ends, we would encourage all stakeholders to proceed with the willingness to compromise so we can get this ordinance across the finish line. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ms. Rotman.
Hello, and I think still good morning, commissioners. I wanted to thank you for your tireless and well-considered work with the community to arrive at a workable and hopefully final ordinance today. I'd like to keep it brief. I'm hoping to revisit briefly the concept of setbacks. I was surprised to see that the setbacks next to row crops had returned to 200 feet from food crops. And I understand this is a solution that has been presented due to some of the information that I know that we received from Mr. Farini from the last hearing, who shared that there's practices that are subject to strict federal regulations that could conflict with some of the proposed uses in this ordinance. And it is clear to me that you guys have done a great deal of work with local landowners to find a workable solution that mitigates any such conflicts. However, these solutions, I think, make it possible to reduce that 200-foot setback from row crops, which for us in our smaller farms in the San Ynez Valley and in the Santa Rita Hills is really important. I'd just like to reiterate that a setback of 200 feet on either side of my farm would remove me from participating in any of the programs that would otherwise be available to my family in this new ordinance. As proposed, we would be creating a public policy that some 80% of our active farmers cannot participate in, meaning only 20% of the landowners in this county would be able to enjoy the much needed economic benefits being contemplated. I urge you to revise the language to a 100-foot universal setback from the property line in all cases, and to strengthen the very helpful suggestion of an exemption from any setbacks when mutually agreed upon by neighboring properties, and that exemption could become automatic with a formally executed MOU rather than a discretionary consideration. And I'd like to agree also with Mr. Bozanich, and I'm sure the sentiments of the commission, that we really need to get this done now. I think all of the farmers here are looking forward to the assistance that this well-considered ordinance offers. And I think everyone has come forward in the spirit of compromise. So I want to thank you again for your time and consideration, and I look forward to the conclusion of this very important matter.
Thank you. And on to the next speaker.
Ms. Rotman was our last hand up.
Okay. So let's go back to staff if staff has anything to add.
Mr. Chair, we don't have any comments this time.
And commissioners. Commissioner Park.
First thing I want to do, Chair Martinez, is to compliment all of our public speakers, because they all spoke with recognition that we're just about at the finish line. And I appreciate that. And some urged us to get over it, which I appreciate. I personally could have 2 or 3 hearings a month on the Ag Enterprise Ordinance for another 5 years.
That's not going to happen.
But I think that would not only exhaust our staff, but of course our commission. And I think there are several commissioners think we've probably gone 3 or 4 hearings more too long. And we work as a team. We compromise. We come up with solutions and things as a team. And I think we have to recognize that it is time to get this done. So this is not the time to express good ideas and work on them some more. This is the time to just do it. And that's where I'm at. I do have some very specific changes that I would like to see that I understand from staff can be accomplished very, very easily, because they're just changing numbers. So what I would like to propose is we adopt this package. But I'm gonna make 3 suggestions. 1, delete the 135 corridor overlay. Okay, I've already described why. I think that's important. 2, we discussed the issue of 40 to 60 acre lots and whether there should be camping at all, or how large. And for those who have contacted me, and several have over the last month, it's been a strong voice of, let's go back to 15, not 10. The people that have been interested in this for a very long time are the wineries. The wineries are generally under 100 acres, but most of them are Ag 2. And this will take several of them that have been participants in this process, and it will cut them to a size that they don't think is feasible for them to do. So I would like to reverse the 40 to 60 acre designation of 10 sites back up to 15. That actually comes from Ms. Plowman's help in my thinking here, in that I expressed to her, well, what if we had a change where those parcels where they had a development plan approval, this would be a winery type approval, or we're getting one as part of the project, or we're one of the 15 or so that have CUPs before DPAs existed under the ordinance, and we allow it there because they've had extra scrutiny, they have improvements already, and so forth. And staff, including Ms. Pound, pointed out to me, that's a lot of drafting, one. And two, there's some potential equal protection clause issues there, and maybe even spot zoning and so forth. So let's just not touch that snapping dog, especially at this stage. So I would like to go back to 15 sites for everything under 100 acres, delete the 135 corridor overlay, and I do want to respond in some part to WeWatch's latest missive on this, and that's about the 9 p.m. Cutoff. I think that's reasonable. I kind of thought we were at 9 p.m., but then I guess it's 9 p.m. for noise cutoff on the campgrounds, but 10 p.m. And daylight savings time. Well, daylight savings time now is, what, about 2/3 of the year? It'll probably become all year within a few years. And I don't quite know, just because the sun's up later, why people should make noise any longer. So I'd like to go to 9 p.m. And I think it's easy and simple to do. So those are my 3 tweaks. Otherwise, I'm ready to go.
Commissioner Reed.
Nice to be in this place. I like Commissioner Park said, I was kind of gratified to hear the public comment. Because our role on these sorts of projects is not to achieve perfection. If that was our goal, we would be here until we were long gone, and we'd be handing it off to a new board of younger people. On the other hand, I think we have thus far arrived at a program of great utility and potentially great benefit. So, and again, we're a very diverse board, but I think through that diversity, we actually come up with better decisions that consider necessarily all the points of view, or most of them, that really need to consider. I would be in complete support of eliminating the 135 corridor on the overlay. I would certainly support going with the 15 campsites. And although I was the one that suggested it, now is no time to get stubborn about getting rid of the 10 p.m. quiet time. So the 9 p.m. is perfectly agreeable to me. So I think it would be in everyone's best interest if I concluded my comments before I mention something that could become a problem, since we're getting signals it's time to move ahead. I will agree with that one, and thank you very much.
Commissioner Briley.
Can I ask a question of Commissioner Park? The 10 to 9 p.m. was for what? I was writing when you introduced that. What component exactly?
It's basically the beginning of quiet time in the campgrounds, where you turn off your music and things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You kind of have to live in a campground where the noise goes on to define it. But
yeah,
I think it would be a practical benefit for people that would be near these places. And that's, it's hard for us to dream up new overlays right now and adjust all that. But if we can make quick, easy, practical benefit things, let's go for it.
All right, thank you. We are deliberations now, right? Okay. So I would applaud staff and get up on my feet and actually clap. It's not appropriate, but really this has been a ton of work. And of course, Commissioner Park, and I know Commissioner Reed has been by his side on a lot of this stuff. So I really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. The housing element was tough. This is almost as tough, in my opinion, because we have completely disparate input. And so to come to the middle with what we've got in front of us, I appreciate what Commissioner Reed said. It's not about perfection. It's getting, the concept of this through the finish line. And we received yesterday a letter from the city of Goleta that is recommending some changes to the standards that staff has provided. And I just want to put in the big perspective what Goleta is concerned about in they have a handful of Ag 2 40 properties next to their residential hinterlands along Winchester Canyon and Cathedral Oaks, just like what we heard from the San Ynez Valley speakers too. And it's very clear to me, and it came to me during the cannabis periods, when people move into areas that are close to agriculture, they have to accept what that means. It's not a subdivision. And for all the people that enjoy living on a 1 acre or 5 acre ranchette, it is not agriculture. It's not a subdivision in Hope Ranch. So there is a tolerance that I expect those owners to accommodate. And as much as San Ynez may be having more people move there because it's a less dense area, that's lovely. Ag is a primary thing that we need to save, and we've heard it for many years since I've been on this commission. It's one of the reasons why the cannabis ordinance came in as a way to save the day for ag uses. And now this ag enterprise ordinance is trying to save the day to allow them to have a diversification of income. And I fully supported that from the moment Commissioner Park explained it to me years ago. The other thing I need to say is that other counties are way ahead of us on this. San Luis Obispo County, Ventura County. I have a friend who has a ranch down on the border of Ventura County, and she said, oh my gosh, if I was in Ventura County, I wouldn't even be having the struggle that I'm having now to have a couple of weddings on my ranch a year. So we are behind the curve, and I don't want that to be another reason why Santa Barbara County falls behind in its welcoming and maintenance of the ag success story. So I support all of the changes that Commissioner Park outlined. I don't have any quips or anything but everything else that's in the package. I did want to, I think, maybe correct something that's in the City of Goleta's letter, which, it sounds a little bit inflammatory, because what is left out in their concerns is that it's a little bit of a sliding scale based on the size of the parcel. Some of these provisions that Goleta's reacting to, and I understand the reaction, but they're for 5,000 acre parcels, which are nowhere near the city of Goleta, by the way. So based on that, I want to recognize Goleta. It's not different than what we're hearing from people in the Solving San Ynez interface. And I think this is the best job we can do, and I'm grateful to move it forward. That's
Thank
it.
you. Commissioner Cooney.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I like to wait sometimes to say what I'm thinking, because it's often changed by the comments of my commissioners who have walked along the same road that I have during these many hearings. But the public input has been extraordinarily valuable in devising some rules and guidance that we can go forward with. This is not the end of this project. First of all, the Board of Supervisors is going to face the same challenge we have, and it'll change again, I feel certain. But beyond that, even when it becomes law, there are opportunities in this structure for conditional use permits to be issued to applicants that don't meet the initial requirements. And those conditional use permits, as most everybody in this room knows, are guided by the principle that it would not be negative for the neighborhood in which the use is sought. And I see those particular applications coming to the surface, and I think we have a very good structure to start with. Some projects will be different. We'll have public input, and I think, you know, in terms of baseball, this is one of the tough games we had to play, and it's not perfect, but I'm in support of what we have on the table now.
Well, I want to honor what I told the speakers, and I don't want to repeat what the commissioners have said, which I completely agree with. And I really took the theme being that giving our county board of supervisors something that is the best we can do, and doing the heavy workload for them is what's been achieved here. I really do believe that, and I'm in favor of everything that has been said here, and I'm looking for a vote.
Shall I make a motion?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as excited as I think we all are to get to this point, just wanted to confirm that the suggestion or recommendation by staff that was presented on the PowerPoint presentation, which was not in your packet, by the way, regarding the permit options under the overlay for various AO uses, just want to confirm your concurrence with that recommendation, because then we will build that into the ordinance when we take it forward to the board.
I'm sorry for not being more specifically expressive on that, but that was my intention.
No.
Shall I go ahead and make a motion?
I'm looking at you, yeah.
There you go. Okay. I'm going to need my cheat sheet up there.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Now, let me ask, how do I refer to the overlay CUP recommendations that staff made, so that it makes sense enough that it's included in the motion?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I think if you just say revisions as made at the hearing today.
Okay. Then I'm going to move that we adopt this program, making the required findings, including CEQA findings, and recommend that the board makes these findings, that we recommend that the board certify the final EIR, and we adopt a resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors adopt an ordinance amending the LUDC as well as Article 2, and adopt an ordinance amending the county zoning map, and the ordinance amending the Guadalupe Dunes, Point South coastal plan zoning overlays. Is there a second page to this? No. Okay. And that with certain specific changes, one, adopting the proposed revisions that were included in the PowerPoint presentation on uses within the overlay area, okay, as well as changing the number of campsites allowable in 40 to 60 acre Ag 2 parcels, changing it back to 15 from the 10 where we'd tentatively been, deleting the 135 corridor overlay, and with respect to the beginning of quiet time in, I believe it's just campsites and farm stays, that be universally 9 p.m., regardless of whether it's daylight savings time or standard time or whatever else gets invented in the future. Is that sufficiently specific for staff?
Yes, it is. Just one clarification. The 9 p.m., I believe, is just for campgrounds.
Just for campgrounds.
Not farm stays.
Okay. Okay. Not all public discourse and things, because people go to bed at the Valley at 8 p.m., so it's, I'm just being a jerk. Sorry. Okay. So that's my motion.
Commissioner Reed,
I'll second that motion.
any comments on the motion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, got that done. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would just like to say a huge thank you to the public for their input because it has improved the program, to the staff who's done a huge amount of work, and to Commissioner Reed and Commissioner Park for all of the legwork that they've done on this. It's been tremendous help. It's work that we can't get out there and do because we don't have the bodies to do it. And then the rest of the commission for working through 8 hearings to get to, I think, a really good result that we can pass on to the board. So thank you to everybody.
Yes, thank you, everyone. And let's take a quick 5-minute break because I'm going to have to excuse myself because I have to go to that court thing. The judge just said you're coming here earlier than later. So it goes. So Mr. Briley was going to be filling. You come on back. Yes. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. We are resuming the Planning Commission hearing of August 28th, and that brings us to item 2 on the printed agenda.
Madam Chair, should I read it into the record?
Please, Mr. Villalobos,
All right.
yes.
Thank you. Let's see. The following is a hearing on the request of Deanna Harwood and Frank Betts, appellants, to consider the following appeal, case number 24 APL 9 of the director's decision to approve amendment case number 23 AMD 9 and to accept the previous mitigated negative declaration 97 ND 23 as adequate environmental review for case number 23 AMD 9 pursuant to section 15162 of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. This is the time when we ask the planning commissioners to disclose any comments they had with members of the public or other parties. Seeing nobody, Commissioner Reed.
I did have a telephone conference with Mr. Betts, the appellant, yesterday.
Okay, thank you. And I actually had a discussion with Ms. Harwood yesterday, also by telephone, regarding her appeal issues. Okay, after the disclosure, then we go to our staff report. Mr. Kringle and Ms. Reese.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Soren Kringle, planner for the project 24 APL 9, the Harwood appeal of the YMCA alterations to hours. So since the last hearing, the applicants from the YMCA have provided staff with a 24-hour incident reporting processes chart. That's the chart you see on the screen here. And a 24-hour access adaptive management plan, which I'll shift over here. Those have been included as attachment K and L to the staff report. Additionally, the applicants have verbally agreed to the following revisions in addition to their project. They have agreed to extend the hours that the northern portion of the parking lot will be closed to the public from 5:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. And they have also agreed to provide a publicly accessible phone number that can be used to reach YMCA staff directly. The YMCA will document all calls that come through this line and request the right to revisit its public availability or to block callers should the number be continually misused or abused for non-emergency situations. And finally, as stated earlier, the YMCA has provided their adaptive management plan that details how they will address potential incidents. And staff has incorporated these changes and additions into the project description and the findings. And additionally, the incident reporting process chart, as mentioned earlier, was included as attachment K, and the 24-hour access and adaptive management plan was included as attachment L to the staff report. Finally, staff made a few minor corrections to typos that were pointed out on the findings document, and would like to point out a small error on the planner memo, which stated that the Channel Islands YMCA response letter was included as attachment M. Staff ended up not including that document as an attachment to the staff report since it was a description of the resubmittal that was captured in the memo itself. Additionally, staff is aware there was a request submitted late yesterday afternoon around 4 p.m. from the superintendent and principal of the San Ynez High School requesting a last-minute continuance to review the project in addition to the 2 months continuance that has already occurred. The school has been noticed directly by mail 3 times over the last 9 months and has not contacted staff or provided comment previously. But of course, the continuance is at the commission's discretion. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions, and the applicants from the YMCA are here today as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kringle. And do we have questions from the commission for staff? Commissioner Park has his light up.
Okay. Mr. Kringle, I remember making 3 requests at the last hearing on this, and it looks like 2 of them were very well addressed. One was the gate and the closing of the parking, and one was, what would I call it, sort of not an on-site supervisor, but a 24/7 contact for complaints and so forth. And the Y has developed a system for that. The one that I don't understand is the adaptive management plan. I'm a big fan of those. I've pushed them real hard in all sorts of circumstances, and basically they are, as I described it at our last hearing on Sentinel Peak, an if-then scenario. If something happens, then the county has some opportunity to modify and review things. And so, for example, in Strauss Wind Energy, if there's too many bird strikes, then that gets reported and we look at it again. I'm oversimplifying, but that's what happens. We've had that in our cannabis project, greenhouses, tiered response system, where if there are complaints and internal reviews of processes aren't adequate, then the county gets to look at it again to modify the requirement for the best available control technology. We've had that on outdoor things. On Sentinel Peak, the latest one where we're looking at if there are too many crashes, then we may redefine the route, that kind of thing. But in this adaptive management plan that I see here, it has some reviews internally by the YMCA, and I think they're in good faith. And it's an impressive procedure on their part. But the county doesn't get involved. There's an if, but no then. You know, if there are problems, then the Y talks about it, but it doesn't talk about, well, what do we do to respond to that? I'm especially concerned on that when we have, this is sort of a CUP case. It's a modification of a CUP because it'll last forever. You know, as I've referred to in the cannabis days, longer than the sequoia trees, the bristlecone pines, and the pyramids. And if I don't see an adaptive management plan, then I'd like to see much shorter periods so that we get a chance to review it every couple of years. What I don't want to see here is some incidents of trespass, even crime, and things like that that have safety problems and no way to do anything about it. So can you tell me, am I missing something? Is there an adaptive management plan here, as we've defined it in the past, where the county gets involved in reviewing the conditions in the CUP? If there are reports of criminality and other incidents as a result of this modification of ours?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, you're correct. I don't think this is an adaptive management plan, maybe like the Strauss Wind Energy, but it is incorporated into the project description, the adaptive management plan from the YMCA. Additionally, and I'm sure you're aware, the project does have permit compliance. So if they're not in compliance with the project description, which specifically calls out the internal adaptive management plan, some actions could be taken from a permit compliance standpoint to ensure that. I'm not sure if we could, I'd have to rely on my supervisor if we could modify the project at that point, but certainly some actions could be taken to try to fix the problem.
Well, it strikes me that and I get your point, of course, we'll make sure they follow their internal procedure and talk about it and so forth, but it doesn't go anywhere beyond that. So I need to say nothing further other than once we get to deliberations. I have my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I would have kind of some similar questions. I look at this, and I come from a medical world where they tend to do most of the treatments and things using algorithms. If this happens, you do this. If this happens, and it's a step, they proceed in a stepwise fashion, depending on the situation. Well, I see some nice reporting procedures, but deal with how to report incidents internally. Then we move together to what they term Access Adaptive Management Plan. Talks about a lot of responsibilities, a lot of trainings, some equipment. I see this under emergency protocols. Emergency response protocols should be drilled and reassessed. I was hoping to see emergency response protocol, thinking that perhaps that might be part of the adaptive management program, yet I don't see that there. And as you move through there, I don't see anything that rises to the level of, like I said, like an algorithm-based approach or what actual actions take place and by whom and what the result should be, and if not, where things go from there. A nice little flow chart, this little circular thing, but again, I looked for exactly a stepwise adaptive management plan. I was looking for some sort of review or reporting of that plan, a number of incidents, their nature, et cetera, which I think should be attendant to that and should be done periodically, hopefully with reports to staff or someone at county periodically, since like most training programs, most new programs you would launch, and I spent 30 years in training and development with people doing that sort of thing, attendant to any of these programs, is periodic monitoring, follow-up, and refinement to make sure it hits the goals it's supposed to. Yet, thus far, I was a little disappointed to find anything like that in this, and I think that should be a very important part of workable plans, since, I applaud what the YMCA does, would like to do, but it's in very close proximity to a couple of neighbors who've lived there for quite some time, one for a significant period before YMCA existed, so I think an effective plan would do those.
Okay, so we don't want to go into deliberations because we still have to do the public comment period, so staff, maybe you want to respond after we get through public comment, right? Okay, with that, I'm going to ask for public comment. I don't have any speaker slips, and Mr. Villalobos, is there anyone online? So if there's anyone in the audience who wants to address the commission on this item, we should have had a speaker slip submitted for us, so tell me.
And for those online, go ahead and raise your hand on Zoom if you're interested in speaking on this item.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. First, we start with the appellant in the case as a presentation, and also the applicant follows that. And my mistake. So let's start with the appellant in this case, Ms. Harwood and Mr. Ken. Yes, thank you.
How much time?
Let's do 10 minutes for each side.
Good morning, Mr. Pellets. I'm going to go through a couple of things. I'm going to give a little quick, brief recap of our June 26th meeting, break down the elements of the adaptive management plan that was submitted, and then I'm going to offer areas of concern for each one of those items. On June 26th, the YMCA basically said they could not staff the operation 24/7, and so they proposed the unstaffed operations. You heard from the community, namely the appellates, and then others that called in or wrote letters, that we had concern for the safety and well-being of the public and the community. And there was information provided on different assaults and increase in those assaults throughout, not only in California, but across the U.S. Nothing's changed. Those are still the facts. And I offered up, I appreciate the term algorithm, but I offered up an example of that to where you can go through, and it's a model that helps you try to depict how you can reduce or eliminate risk that could have been applied, and basically was that you did not go to the 24/7 operation. Commissioner Park offered up what I term more as a risk-managed solution in the form of the adaptive management plan. And you're going to hear some of the same comments that both commissioners have already shared that we had as well. I didn't feel that it met the ask, and it doesn't show proved sustainability and minimizing risk to the lowest acceptable level. So I'll walk us through our view of the management plan. So the phone was listed, and the phone is in there. What wasn't apparent to me is it's located at the building entrance. So I don't know if the phone is inside or if it's outside. I understand staff just recognized that it was going to be for member and public use, but that wasn't apparent inside the plan. The other piece that wasn't clear to me is it going to dial a YMCA call center somewhere in the U.S., or is it going to call somebody locally that's a leader in the YMCA to address whatever the issue is? Then I found it kind of interesting that there was a right put in there that if it's abused, they have the ability to revoke or discontinue that service. It would seem to me that a conditional use permit would not allow a discontinuance of something that is a condition of use permit. So if they believe that the phone is going to be abused, they should be putting in their plan some way to mitigate that and not design in something that's going to go away. Next, we talked about the parking lot. And when we met with the leadership in November of last year, we expressed the concerns of the noise. They had an opportunity to show good faith and do something. Nothing happened. In February, we filed an appeal. Again, had an opportunity, did nothing. And then in June, during the hearing, they were told that one of the things that is important is to rope off the parking lot. Has it been roped off? No. Matter of fact, on July 1st, there was a loud noise coming from the parking lot at 5:30 in the morning. I went over to see what was going on, and a chemical delivery truck had pulled up and was pumping liquid chemical off the trunk into the storage tanks on the north side. I approached the driver and said, "You realize how much noise you're making?" He says, "I know, but I'm not going to be long, and I've got a busy schedule today." Now, he should not really have been permitted to be offloading chemicals at 5:30 in the morning. Again, not really taking into account the neighborhood. So if there's been, and then even with the roped off area, they're wanting to have provisions that allow emergency vehicles, first responders, no problem. They're going to be louder than whatever else is going on anyway. And for the safety of the community, that's fine. But, other deliveries and things like I just mentioned, they should be scheduling those outside of those hours and not making amends to remove things to accommodate somebody's schedule. The third point, which is kind of was not really addressed by Commissioner Park, but they talk about staff and they're saying they're not going to increase staff. And that's fine. They can handle staff however they want. But the current staffing does not staff all hours that they have approved. And so what they're planning is, I'm assuming that they're going to go ahead and staff those hours, and then they're going to have unstaffed hours outside of the current approved hours. Quickly, the approved hours are from 5 a.m. To 10 p.m. They're operating 5:30 to 8. So you can do the math. Essentially, in a 2-week pay period, they've got to absorb 35 hours. How does this plan going to demonstrate they're actually going to have people there during these times that currently aren't staffed? It doesn't address that. And this kind of goes back to the point of the reporting, which I'm going to come to as well. So what I kind of term is the incident management plan is the diagram or the flyer that was put together. That looks to me more like a corporate process. It doesn't really show how the members and the public are going to interact with that program. And then where's the transparency that they get to see what happened as a result of what's being turned in? Another trend throughout the industry is that when things are turned in, things are not done about them. And so how will the YMCA encourage the reporting and show that transparency? And then back to the earlier point, then how do they resolve that with the members, the community, and the Planning and Development Commission? To me, there should be a progressive reporting plan. Commissioner Reed and I talked about this last night. Maybe it starts off with once a month or once a quarter. There's a report plan that comes into the commission to see how this program is working. If there's no issues, maybe that progressive plan goes to semi-annually, 3 to 6 months. If that's working, then maybe it goes to annual or something of that nature. But it needs to come back to the board, because if there are violations that are occurring under this program, then that means there's something wrong with the conditioning use permit that's out there. It's either that and it needs to be fixed, which is, to Commissioner Park's point, needs to be brought forward to the board, or if it's that they're just simply not following it, then by choice, then that becomes a pure violation. In respect to either one of those, in the first one, if it's something that's broke, I think the 24/7 ought to stop until we get that resolved, and nobody else gets hurt or results in any type of injury or incident. If it's a clear violation, I think it gets pulled out of the CUP altogether. It says you had your chance and you didn't follow that. We kind of went through some of this through COVID with the lack of following the permit then. And unfortunately, rather than working all the legal processes, we tried to work it out locally, and it was not successful. Finally, to me, the timing, there ought to be an inspection plan. So before this, if this was to go forward and address all the concerns, then I would expect the planning department to go out and inspect and make sure these processes are physically in place, both either materially or instructionally, and that the ADP will be met, and then consideration of changing the official hours.
Okay, thank you, because you're getting there, and we usually give you a chance to rebut anything that came up during public comment as well, so you might want to save a minute or so for that.
Okay, all right, I will do that.
All right, thank you. Okay, then we move to our applicant. Do we have someone from the YMCA here?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Heinen-Stifler, Chief Operating Officer of the Y. Thank you for your time today. I'll just keep it very short and brief. At the last hearing, it was recommended that we complete 3 action items to improve our plan. One of those things was to rope off the area, and that will be done as stated in the plan when the permit is issued. The second thing was the phone, and just to clarify, this will be a phone number that's posted on the exterior of the building and also given in the interior of the building with an actual physical phone. That phone will ring a cell phone of a leadership team member of the YMCA, a local in Santa Barbara County leadership team member. In regards to the adaptive management plan, we're YMCA professionals. We're not really, we don't have the background and probably the depth of what maybe you expect from people in the cannabis industry or other things with legal representation helping them through the process. We did our best to develop a plan with the information given and with the guidance of staff. If there's other special enforcement measures you're asking us to include in that plan, we're going to need additional feedback to help develop that to meet the expectations and standards desired. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for her? No, I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, we move on to our public comment, and we still don't have any speaker slips. So anyone online?
If any of our attendees online would like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand now, please.
I just want to make sure that the commission understands there was a request by a third party as part of our email submitted yesterday to request a continuance by a representative from the San Ynez High School. So that's in the record because it was under a page. And I'm not sure if that warrants any other considerations since we apparently have no public comment. So with that, I will close the public hearing of the portion and bring it back to staff. Did you want to respond to any of the items raised by appellant or applicant?
Commissioners, I think it's would be helpful to hear exactly if there's something specific you're wanting. I think they're a little confused on maybe what you're asking for. Is it to report, to track the data on incidents and then periodically report back to the commission if there are incidents? Or, I think they need to know if you're offering something for them to understand. Just by speaking with them, I think they're a little confused.
Sure. So maybe what we do is just bring it to deliberations, because I have a feeling that's where that discussion would happen, because I didn't hear anything else.
Understood, Chair. I just would like to add one more thing, too.
Sure.
There is discretion with your commission with this permit. This is not the type of stuff that the department gets into when conditioning a business. Incidents don't just happen overnight. They could happen at any time. and there is no data that anything has happened at this facility. This is just beyond what we usually do, but you do have that discretion to ask that of the applicant, and they can decide if they want to take that or not.
I'm getting the look from Secretary Wilson.
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, before we go into deliberations, just to provide rebuttal time for the appellant and applicant.
Okay. So the appellant also gets a small rebuttal time if there was something raised in the public hearing that you want to respond to. We didn't have any public speakers, so you can not take that. The same thing goes to the applicant. Do either one of you want to? Okay, yes, please approach. And just restate your name for the record, thank you.
Sure, Madam Chair. My name is Frank Betts. I'm one of the appellants. I heard mention that the school had been contacted 3 different occasions. My understanding is when we contacted the school, there was a temporary superintendent in place, and they didn't feel it was their position to have a stance or a comment on the future of what the school would agree with or not agree with. My understanding is that position is now fulfilled, and perhaps that is the email that you got was from the actual fully staffed individual there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and does the applicant have anything to add as a rebuttal? No, all right, thank you. Okay, so with that, we've finished the applicant and applicant period, and it brings it back to our commission for discussion. I believe we're in deliberations.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
May I make a comment or two in the hopes of assisting with deliberations? As Mr. Seward's mentioned, the commission has discretion to make the findings, and the findings are listed in Attachment A. And as we've talked about before, whether you can make those findings or findings for denial, either way, that would have to be based on substantial evidence, which is facts and reasonable inferences based on facts and not speculation. And then when we're thinking about conditions that can be imposed on a project, typically those need to either come from a requirement in the code or to be necessary in order to allow the commission to make the findings. And then finally, I just wanted to remind the commission that, its purview is really to regulate and to make decisions related to the uses of land and issues related to enforcement or regulation of criminal conduct. That's a separate issue. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Do we have someone who wants to start off? Because I think we kind of got in there during the questions. Maybe you want to pick up. Commissioner Park.
Yes, I'd like to start off. It is in my district, and I hear a lot about it. I appreciate what County Council said, and we could debate all that and how we mean it, but I'm going to just cut to the chase. I strongly support this project. I made some comments the last time we heard it, and I simplified it down to 3 things that it would take for me to vote yes. Okay, there were concerns I had that weren't necessarily personal concerns, but were concerns to protect the whole neighborhood. And the whole neighborhood is not just Mr. Betts and Ms. Harwood. It's the senior facility across the street, the school across the street, the, I can't remember what it's called now. It used to be a mobile home park, but now it's, what is it? It's something apartments, and it's next to El Rancho. There's so it's an interesting mixed community, and it involves public things. I am not going to vote for this today because it did not respond to the 3rd point that I made, and I think I do have the discretion to either vote or not vote for something, and so I'm not going to vote for it today because I don't feel that my comment was responded to, and I frankly don't like that. I understand that the YMCA staff would have a hard time drawing an active management plan, but our own staff understands this stuff. I presume Mr. Kringle does. I certainly know that other folks at the table do, and you know what I'm talking about. And so if they need help, maybe they get it from staff, or maybe they say, well, look, you need to go get an attorney or an agent that can help you out with this. I'll help them write it if they need it. but I want to see it. So I'm not going to support this today to vote for it until I see that. And I think it can be done. I think it's pretty simple. I thought I was going to see it. I thought I'd see something that at least paid lip service to a real adaptive management plan, and I don't see it. With respect to the school concerns, you know, our school district has had a lot of turmoil on superintendents and principals, and it's been for different reasons, and the reasons have nothing to do with this project or what we normally do, but we have to give people some slack that there have been some serious issues, and it's made it hard for somebody in the superintendent's position to be on top of these things. And I look at it, I think, how could the school have any conflict with this project? Because school hours are from, 8 until 3, let's say. And then this project, this part of it is from, 8 p.m. till whatever hour. But then, you know, I got to give people some opportunity to explain themselves. And I'm thinking, well, you know, I've been to that school in the evening hours. There's school programs, there's meetings that the school hosts or about school things. There are functions, there are performing arts, there are games, there are things that occur there. And so perhaps I shouldn't be presumptuous that they wouldn't have an impact. I don't know. So I want to continue this matter. I want to continue it so I see a real adaptive management plan. Which shouldn't be very complicated here and should be pretty easy to do. And I'll help write it if nobody else will do it. And because I think we should give the school the benefit of the doubt and make some opportunity for them to comment if they really have something. That's where I stand.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, as far as the comments from the school, kind of like Commissioner Park, I don't really understand what the nighttime operation, far separate from the school operating hours, what impact that could have on a school or on a seniors facility across the street when most seniors are long in bed and sequestered from this. I do look at this kind of flow chart that was provided, and I think were it sufficiently developed, some of the elements in that might go a long way towards an adaptive management plan. Like if you look, for example, at the communicate element, external, internal, there needs to be some, I think, part of an adaptive management plan would include documentation of each incident and an analysis according to, well, perhaps a number of the elements here that document the incident and analyze the investigated what the cause was, what underlying conditions might be that led to that event, change, what recommendations there would be to modify procedures or processes to prevent that in the future, an implementation plan on the bottom, and then I think probably very important is the communication. You say tool development, external, some sort of reporting system on the incident, your analysis of what led to that incident, your prescription for what the corrective actions should be, and some sort of documents that are available for analysis by the public or perhaps a regulatory agency. So I think given the right development, this thing you provided could be foundational to an adaptive management plan. But that would take some work and development, and until I would see something like that, I wouldn't be prepared to approve their proposal for the 24-hour. I'd be in agreement with Commissioner Park on that one. But I do think the seeds of that have been created, and I think I don't think that's unreasonable, considering, as I was beginning to say before, sorry if that was out of order, but you know me, I'm a big picture type person. You have two residents, longtime neighbors, that one not as long as the YMCA, but one who preceded that by a number of years. And I do think their comfort and their concerns need to be accommodated. I think having a functional adaptive management plan such as Commissioner Park has suggested and volunteered to help oversee to make sure an acceptable one is created would be an important step in that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney, do you have anything to add, or?
Well, I've listened intently to the discussion. I realize the issues as far as the YMCA and changing any kind of rules, getting out of step with YMCA facilities across the country. These are all issues they need to worry about. And how would the adaptive management program work? So I heard among the things that Commissioner Park said, a wish to continue it, to give the YMCA the opportunity to get this commission's approval. We aren't going to get it today, obviously. So if Commissioner Park's motion is to continue this to a day in the future, I would second that.
Okay, so at least you got that part of it. I do have a couple comments on this because part of my early career as a planner was the challenging conditional use permits in Montecito. And many of them had, we didn't call it an adaptive management plan, it's a permit compliance program. It's a permit compliance program. I'm hoping that we get to that kind of nomenclature, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get them to manage the permit that's going to be issued, if it is. So there are all kinds of things, like annual reporting of their visitations and the hours. There's coming back to the commission and reporting on it, similar to what with Strauss is happening. I agree with the other commissioners that this is a really good start, but maybe it's just not in the language and format that is sufficient at this time. So I would support the motion for a continuance. I'd be happy to talk to you about how to do a permit compliance program that maybe, fulfills what you're looking for. And that's where it stands. So it looks like we're, the other thing I want to say is, so this is on a property that's on a state highway, and it's in a commercial zone, and it's across from a school and several non-residential communities. This is a very active neighborhood, the YMCA is. And so I appreciate the fact that the neighbors behind it are feeling the pressure of that. But again, kind of like what I said with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, it's not in a 5 or 10 acre zoning that's expected to be really quiet. You're next to the commercial corridor. This doesn't happen in San Ynez because you all go to sleep at 8:30. I've stayed overnight there. But it's just a more active neighborhood. So however this permit compliance program, adaptive management document comes forward, I'm hoping that there's some understanding that you're right next to a commercial corridor. That's the next lot out are these appellants. And so there has to be some recognition of that too. That's my comments. So I'd be looking for a motion to continue.
Chair, before we go to motion, I'd like to ask for a break.
Okay.
I think I would like, if the commission would allow us to talk to the applicant. There are some decision points for the applicant. I think they can see where the commission is. The applicants may have an option to say, act on the project as proposed. And if that's the case, then we can continue it for denial. Or they could say, give us another shot at coming back. So I think we should give the applicants the opportunity to dialogue with staff offline. I do have some other comments in regards to somewhere in between where Commissioner Bridley is and Commissioner Park is on either the semantics on an adaptive management plan or a code enforcement reporting structure. I think it's somewhere in between. And I think before we break today on this item, staff needs more clarification on how to structure that. And I think we can get there with some thoughts that I have on that matter. And to help the applicants. So maybe I should just say that before we take a break. I think in looking at the cannabis projects that we've had, looking at Strauss Wind on an adaptive management plan, and even on that Sentinel Peak project that we had a couple weeks ago, there was identified occurrences that were measurable, as in bird strikes at Strauss Wind. So Strauss Wind is coming back through this adaptive management plan because they exceeded the number of bird strikes. So they're having to come back and provide a report to the commission on what occurred and what actions they're taking. Similar to Sentinel Peak, it was like if you have X number of accidents in a certain time frame, you got to come back and it's measured, and then there's a reporting mechanism. Cannabis, it was the adaptive management plan kind of thing was we required quarterly inspections, and then it was an annual after that. So those are some flavors. Now on the code enforcement reporting program, and I'm familiar with those in the Montecito, there's a couple projects there. And for example, the debris nets had a reporting mechanism that every year they had to come back and report on the status of those conditions and were they met or not. Was there an incident with flood? Were the nets cleaned out on a timely manner? And so there was that reporting mechanism. And I feel that's what the commission's looking for on this project, is a reporting mechanism to where, and I think what would be helpful for the applicant and staff is what is being measured. Is it the severity of incidences? Is it the number of phone calls to first responders, to the police or to fire? Like, what is the level of incidences that we're tracking for the Planning Commission to ask for a report back on? The appellant talked about monthly reports. That's excessive for the Planning Commission. I think the Planning Commission either getting semi-annual or annual reports is fine, but as far as staff requirement, then it would be more of a monthly or quarterly interaction that then comes back to a reporting mechanism of the Planning Commission. So I think that's the world that we're trying to frame for the applicants as far as a reporting structure back to the Planning Commission on the success of the conditions or the adaptive management plan that they've proposed. So I think that's what's missing, is that report back to the Planning Commission. What are we measuring, and then what is the frequency of the Planning Commission, and then what happens after that?
Thank you. Okay, so do we want to take a break now so you can consult, or maybe Commissioner Park, do you want to respond?
Yes. I don't like being put in this position because I asked for something and I didn't get anything at all. What I got was an internal review procedure, but nothing that anybody in this room that has planning experience would call an adaptive management plan. So to say, well, give us more guidance, what I would expect to see is a skeleton of one, which I would have agreed with or not agreed with, and then I could make suggestions on that. Now I'm being asked to start from the very beginning. Which I'll do, but I don't think that's the way we should run this show. And I think that I made pretty good comments how many months ago when we did this on exactly what I wanted. Okay, if you really want to hear it, first of all, we've had a expression of concern by Mr. Betts and others that there might be criminal activity, people breaking in and assaulting people on the premises. Okay, that's one. Two, that there might be trespasses, people trespassing on the property that are going on that property not for the purpose of lifting weights and all that, but for some other reason. And they might be making noise, they might be triggering lighting systems and alarms that would bother the neighbors. That's two, okay? Then we, and I can think of more, we also get into permit compliance things, which would involve the gate and the lights and when they're on. Do those need an adaptive management plan? Not so much, because those kinds of things are built into every CUP. You either do it or the thing can be revoked. The advantage of an adaptive management plan is it lightens the burden a little bit, because it says, well, if you've got 16 violations of when you turn the lights on, maybe we look at changing the your hours and things like that, as opposed to just revoking it. But getting back to the first items I mentioned, those aren't permit things. There's not a condition of approval that says thou shalt not have any criminal activity on the premises and so on and so forth. It's just things that can happen externally, like crashes of oil tankers and all that. And what do you do if they do happen? And how do you respond to it? And what do? You might require more on-site supervision, or you might say, well, we won't keep this open all night. It'll just go until 12 or whatever, but at least there's a response to that. I'm sorry for not being more specific right now, but I didn't think it was my job to do that. And that's why I want to see this thing continued so they can put this together. But I'm glad to do whatever staff asks us to do today so we can get beyond this thing.
Okay, Secretary Wilson, or?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, so two things I need to do. If we can take a break, I need a date to continue to, and we need to have a conversation with the applicants. And then we can come back.
Okay, so 5 minutes, is that enough, or 10?
We can say 5. We never come
5.
back for 10, but sure, let's go with 5.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, one of the applicant alternatives is to say they want to have a vote right now, and then the opportunity, if it was negative, would be to appeal it. And I always like to have parties know that that's one of the options, as opposed to trying to comply with the commission's demands.
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, that is correct. That's the reason for this break is we don't have findings for denial today, but they could just opt to say we just want to get an action, and then we would just continue for findings for denial.
Do you have a date in mind or not?
I don't at this moment.
Okay.
Commissioner Park, through the chair.
Okay, so let's take a break for 5 minutes. All right, thank you for giving us that time for a break. And Secretary Wilson, did you want to report out?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you. We've conferred with the applicants, and we'd like to continue forward with working with staff on developing a data management plan or code compliance reporting program to present to the commission. And the date we're looking at is October 30th.
All righty. So do we hear a motion to continue it to that date?
Madam Chair, it looks like I will not be present for that hearing on the 30th. There's some plans that I'm just informed about, but I don't think that should change the date necessarily. We just need to have a quorum, but I participating in this hearing would be different.
Okay. So I'll turn to Commissioner Park.
Oops. Let me just ask, Commissioner Cooney, is, that's also the date we have for the Sentinel Peak item, or do you have concerns about being here or not for that?
Yes, I do. That is of concern. I'm not certain. I can't change that, but it'll be difficult.
Well, it just seems to me that with these matters that need more work and they're 2 months out, whether they got delayed another week or two or something so that the full commission can hear them, we ought to try to do that. I mean, I know this is a motion for continuance of this matter, not Sentinel Peak, but I'm just expressing my thoughts.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Park, and Commissioner Cooney, and Commissioner Reed, we amend that proposed or recommended condition to November 6th.
November 6th, that'll be exciting.
It's my birthday week.
We won't know until the end of the day.
All right.
Okay, so
Are you back?
we don't need to, our motion doesn't need to include directions to staff. It can just be, I move to continue this matter, the YMCA matter, to November 6th.
And I second that motion.
Okay. With that, do we want to do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Chair Brightly.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. For the next item, we have a constraint a little bit in that our next item is of import to Cuyama, and we have a number of public speakers here who are on a time constraint because they have a child pickup in Cuyama. And so in talking to the applicant and staff, I'm going to suggest that we read it into the record and begin the item, hear from public comment, which is out of order, before the staff presentation or the applicant presentation, so that these members of the public can participate, and then take a lunch break, because I don't think we're going to make it through the whole thing. I might be wrong, but let's do that. So are you okay with that? I'm interested in hearing from the commission.
Oh, yes, I am. And I think we should have open minds as to whether after this public comment, we want to just go ahead and hear the whole thing. But let's talk about that once we get there.
It's your stomach. It's okay. I can do it.
So Madam Chair, sorry, I'm out of order now.
Are you?
Just a reminder, after he reads it in the record, just do ex parte before we do the public comment.
All right. Thank you. So with that, we're going to start. Everyone's in the audience. We're good to go here. Please read it into the record, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Thompson Housing LLC, applicant Perkins Place LP, to consider the following case numbers 22 DVP 27, 22 CUP 23, and to consider the State California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines Section 15168C4 checklist for 2023 to 31 housing element update PEIR build out.
Okay, great. And at this point, we ask for the commissioners to disclose any public comments that they had from members not on the commission, And not with staff at this time. Does anyone have any disclosures? Not seeing any. Okay. Then we would normally. Oh, all right. It's optional. If people want to wait for the hearing to go in its normal order, normally we hear from a staff report, and then we hear from the applicant, and then we have questions, and then we go to public comment. If anybody wants to wait and go in that order, they're welcome to stay for that. But we're trying to accelerate this so that you can participate now. I also understand that there's a translation that's being requested, so we give you 3 minutes for the public comment in your language and then 3 minutes for the translation. All right. So am I trying to ascertain if anybody wanted to stay later? Because I do have quite a few speaker slips, and so I'm assuming if you're not at the podium right now, you are willing to wait for the regular order of the hearing, right? Sure. Okay, thank you. So please state your name for the record and proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for allowing us to accommodate us and also to be able to be part of this. Thank you. My name is Marta Yepes, and I am the program manager for Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center. And I'm here to give a statement on how beneficial this housing project would be for the Cuyama Valley. I've been in the Valley for about 24 years, worked in the Valley for about 24 years, and seen a lot of need go through that. We are such a small community out there. And one of the things that I have seen now have escalated is housing. The housing in Cuyama has gotten so expensive. Houses that used to be $700 15 years ago for rent have escalated to $1,600, $1,400, $1,200, even $2,600. That's really steep for Cuyama. A lot of the people in Cuyama or the families in Cuyama that need housing have either had to relocate, moved on, and are still working in the Valley. So this project would be something that would benefit them, low-income families. I know that there's concern about, there's so many houses out there that are empty and what's happening with that. One of the things that has happened in the past, and recently, is that a lot of people are buying out those houses. And what they're doing is that they're coming in the community, buying out houses and renting them for really, for those high numbers. So my personal experience is that Cuyama Valley would really, and the families that are really needing those housing, would benefit from this project. Also, there has been a lot of families that have moved out because they either have lived in the farms that they work for and have not been able to find housing. Well, that's a loss for the community. Children are moving out of the schools. The schools are losing those children. And yes.
Okay, thank you. And you only got about half a minute, but you are all in English, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Primero que nada, agradeciéndoles por darme la oportunidad de exponerle mi por qué estoy de acuerdo que aprueben el proyecto, porque sería yo de las más beneficiadas, yo y mi familia.
Sorry.
Yes.
So, my name is Vicky Lopez, and I'm here. I really like to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to to give you my voice of why it would be a benefit for the community for this project to happen, me being one of the families that will benefit from it.
Soy una madre de 3 niños, una en el colegio, una en high school y una en la elementary. Mi esposo estaba trabajando por 18 años con una compañía, lo lo descansaron del trabajo y en realidad tuvimos que salirnos de la casa y cuando estábamos buscando para rentar no encontramos. Estamos viviendo en una casa que nos están prestando por parte de la iglesia. I'm a mother of three. I have a college student, a high school, and elementary. I recently we had to move. My husband had worked for a company for 18 years. They were providing housing for us. We couldn't find a house in Cuyama to rent. Right now, we are living in a borrowed home. Meanwhile, we find something, but there is nothing. It's a church, the church owns it, and we're there while we find somewhere to live. Encontrado porque las rentas son muy altas, especialmente el agua, cada mes $250 está ahí. Y mi esposo trabaja en el campo, entonces en el tiempo de lluvia en realidad no hay trabajo. We looked for a house, the rents were steep. The rents were very steep. My husband works in agriculture. During the winter months, there is no work. So that's my situation. That's why I would benefit from this. Okay. ¿Quieres darle las gracias? Pues les doy las gracias por haberme dado la oportunidad de yo expresar pues por qué yo me beneficiaría con ese proyecto. Gracias. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to hear me and why I would benefit from the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ofelia Moreno. Yo estoy aquí para que ustedes me escuchen. A mí me gustaría que el proyecto se llevara a cabo para que muchas familias de nuestro Valle de Cuyama se beneficiarían con el programa de las viviendas, de los departamentos que están en proceso, para que así las rentas estuvieran un poco más bajas.
My name is Ofelia. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm here to in favor of the project and express why it would be so beneficial for the families of Cuyama. This project, it would benefit a lot of the families. The rents are steep and it's unaffordable. What it sounds like, it's going to be affordable.
Yo tengo 4 hijos, 2 hijos en la high school y 2 en Gestar. Yo viví durante 3 años en una vivienda y nos cobraban $1,300 de renta. Mi esposo igual trabajaba en el campo y en tiempo de lluvias se bajaba al trabajo y batallaban mucho para pagar la renta.
I have 4 children. 2 of them are at the elementary school. 2 of them are at the high school. Again, I lived in a house for 3 years, and the rent was very steep during the winter months. My husband couldn't work. There was no work, and it was hard to pay the rent. Okay. Dale las gracias.
Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for hearing me out.
De nada.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sara Núñez. Antes que nada, gracias por darnos la oportunidad de estar aquí y escuchar nuestras no escuchar nuestra voz. Vinimos a representar a algunas otras familias que no pudieron venir, pero nosotros estamos aquí. Y bueno,
Okay, deja decirle lo que... My name is Sara Núñez, and I'm here on behalf of to speak on for this project, and on behalf of a lot of families from the Valley that could not be here today, and to let you know how much this would benefit the community.
Y bien, soy madre de 3 hijos. Uno está en el colegio, 2 en el colegio y uno en la elemental.
I'm a mother of 3. I have college student. He's at Cal Poly. I'm adding that in. And my other one is at Taft College and an elementary.
Y bueno, nos beneficiaría mucho esos apartamentos, ya que en esa área donde vivimos nosotros se escasea mucho la vivienda. Aparte, la poca que hay es muy cara.
Okay. Thank you again. And this project would benefit a lot of the families. It would benefit future, I'm adding this on, future families, because where we live at, it's so remote that housing is very scarce, and the rents are steep.
Gracias, esperamos una resolución favorable. Gracias.
Thank you. I hope something very beneficial comes out of this.
All right, thank you. Good job, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the commission to ask if we want to plow through now or if we want to take a lunch break. I've warned the applicant that that's an option, so what is everyone's feeling?
My preference would be to keep going. We've heard from a portion of the public, and I think it would be beneficial to hear from the rest.
But in the regular order, how about that? What about Commissioner Reed? My hypoglycemic pal over here?
It's not hypoglycemic, it's different. Anyway, I took a lot of medication today.
Okay, you can
so
go.
it's working, so I can delay my lunch, and I would rather keep going than have a nice, long, relaxing lunch afterwards.
All right, excellent. Go team.
Yeah, and but while I have the microphone, I want to thank these speakers for coming today and speaking. It's a tough drive from Cuyama, but Cuyama has a beautiful community. People they have a communal spirit there, and I'm just impressed that these speakers came out here and spoke in person, and it makes a difference. So thank you so much. You honor us by coming.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great comment. Okay, so then let's go back to our normal order of business, which would be our staff report.
Thank you, members of the commission. My name is Soren Kringle, and I will be presenting the Perkins Place mixed-use development project. So the project site is located on a 1.09 acre vacant lot on the western end of New Cuyama. This image shows the project site spanning 2 lots. However, a voluntary merger has been approved and was recorded in June, so that is all now 1 lot. The project is bounded by Perkins Road to the west and Pato Alley to the east, with Highway 166 approximately 576 feet to the north. The project site is zoned C2 and is surrounded by land zoned Ag 2 100 to the west, and residential neighborhood zoned 8R1 to the east. Just to the south is a church, also zoned 8R1, and then there are more vacant C2 zone sites to the north. The project site is relatively flat, with slopes of 0 to 2%, and currently the site is mostly covered by rutteral non-native grassland habitat, and that has been substantially disturbed. The project site is located in the Cuyama watershed, with the nearest wetland habitat being an intermittent riverine stream bed located approximately 270 feet west of the project site. The project is also located within a 100-year flood hazard overlay, and as a result, the project includes approximately 2,300 cubic yards of fill to ensure that finished floor elevations meet flood control requirements. So this project qualifies for protections under the Housing Accountability Act, and because greater than 2/3 of the project are designated for residential use. This means that the project is limited to 5 hearings and review is limited to objective standards only. As such, staff has reviewed the project using the Objective Design Standards table to ensure that all aspects of the proposed project comply. Additionally, the applicant voluntarily attended the North Board of Architectural Review for a conceptual review and incorporated their comments into their final plan set. The main change being lowering the height of the structures from 3 stories to 2. The project proposes the development of 33 new multifamily residential units and a commercial structure. The residential units are as follows: 8 2-bedroom units, 9 3-bedroom units, and 16 1-bedroom units. 32 of the units are proposed for residents earning below 80% of the area median income, and 1 unit will house the property manager. 17 units are planned to house farm workers in the agricultural industry, and which is necessary for the project to receive funding from the Joe Cerna Junior Farm Worker Housing Grant. Shown here is a site plan for the proposed project, and the project has 4 main components. The first component being the northern building, or Building A, which is an entirely residential 2-story building totaling 19,609 square feet with a max height of 35 feet. The building contains 8 2-bedroom units and 8 3-bedroom units. Additionally, this building contains interior bicycle parking, and some units have enclosed balconies and enclosed patios. Here are some elevations and some simulations. Second component along the southern property line is Building B, which is a 12,738 square foot 2-story residential building containing 16 1-bedroom units, 1 3-bedroom unit, a conference room, a community kitchen, a laundry room, and a common restroom, as well as indoor bicycle parking. And here's some more elevations and simulations. The third component is a 924 square foot single-story commercial structure along Perkins Road. This structure is intended to contain 2 commercial units that will be for rent, each with their own private restroom. No use or occupant has been determined for either of the units at this time. And the final component is the 39-space parking lot located in the center of the parcel. This parking lot will contain 36 spaces for the residential structures and 3 spaces dedicated for the commercial structures, as well as a loading space for utility and delivery vehicles. Access to the parking lot is limited to Perkins Road. While there is a gate along Pato Alley, its use is limited to emergency vehicles only. Additional project amenities include a children's playground, an outdoor, a trash enclosure, a picnic area, and like a toddler play area directly outside of the laundry room. And there's an orchard with a seating area along Pato Alley.
Mr. Crico, could you just scroll through those on the site plan? Could you highlight where those are again?
Yes.
The toddler lot and the.
So the toddler lot and then the picnic area are down on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there.
Okay, and then the space that's landscaped at the upper right of the figure?
Yes, that's an orchard with a seating area within.
Open space for the project?
Open space for the
Okay.
project, correct.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the project includes state density bonus law requests that are summarized on the slide here and are addressed in detail in the staff report. State density bonus law allows for developers to not only increase the allowed density for the project, but also to request to modify or remove certain development standards in order to make their project more economically or physically feasible. The applicant for the Perkins Place project is not requesting an increase in density, but they are requesting 4 concessions and 3 waivers. 2 of the concessions allow the applicant to increase the square footage of residential development on the commercial parcel. Other concessions include a reduction in the front setback along Perkins Road, a modification to where the project takes its primary access, and the elimination of a requirement to locate exterior wall-mounted vents and exhausts on interior corners of the building. The waivers also include a reduction in the required parking, a reduction in the amount of pedestrian, and a reduction in the required amount of pedestrian walkway shading that is required, and that would be taking it from 50 to 40%. And staff has analyzed these requests and has determined them to be consistent with state density bonus law. And the county can only deny the requested waivers and concessions with a written finding based on substantial evidence that the requests aren't in compliance with the law or that the requests would result in a specific adverse impact upon health or safety that cannot be mitigated. As part of our review, staff utilized the Objective Design Standards Table, a comprehensive list of objective policies and requirements that can be applied to housing accountability projects, and determined the project was consistent with all applicable design-related policies. This is with the exception of the concessions and waivers that were discussed on the previous slide. As shown in the staff report, staff also reviewed the project for compliance with other objective requirements from the LUDC, like setbacks, parking and loading standards, and requirements for trash enclosures. Staff also reviewed all applicable objective policies and requirements from the comprehensive plan and determined the project is consistent. Although the project receives protections under the HAA, CEQA is still applicable, and the applicant provided numerous technical studies and reports, including construction, traffic and access management plans, transportation demand management plan, traffic study, a noise study, water demand estimates, biological resource constraint analysis, and wildlife corridor memorandum, and more to aid in staff's CEQA analysis for the project. The project site was also included in and analyzed by the most recent housing element update and its associated programmatic EIR as an inventoried site. The PEIR analyzed the impacts of the build-out of all inventoried and rezoned sites and provided numerous mitigation measures to ensure the build-out would be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. The Perkins Place site anticipated build-out that was analyzed by the PEIR, the Perkins Place site, the anticipated build-out of the Perkins Place site by the PEIR was 33 multifamily units and 1,100 square feet of commercial development. The project before you today is consistent with that level of residential density and commercial development. And to ensure the project complied with the mitigation measures from the PEIR, staff reviewed the provided studies and prepared a checklist. All of these studies and the associated checklist prepared by staff are attached to the staff report and concluded that the project will have a less than significant project-specific impact on the environment with the implementation of applicable PEIR mitigation measures, and that the proposed build-out on this site was within the scope of what the certified PEIR analyzed. Additionally, CEQA Guidelines Section 15183 mandates that projects which are consistent with a development density established by existing comprehensive plan policies for which an EIR was certified shall not require additional environmental review, except as might be necessary to examine whether there are project-specific significant effects which are peculiar to the project or project site. Because the proposed density and level of development on site is consistent with the housing element update inventory, staff analyzed the project in accordance with this section of the CEQA guidelines. And this analysis is also included in the checklist attached to the staff report and confirms that there are no effects that are peculiar to the project or site that were not addressed by the housing element update PEIR, and that no subsequent environmental review is required for the proposed project. All applicable mitigation measures from the PEIR have been applied as conditions of approval for the project. If the commission agrees with staff's finding, we recommend that you make the required findings for approval of the project specified in attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings. Determine the previously certified program environmental impact report 23 EIR 4 is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162, 15168, and 15183, and approve the project case numbers 22 DVP 27 and 22 CUP 23. And before I conclude my presentation, I wanted to point out just a few typos. I noted 24 EIR 4 in the recommendations on the staff report. That should be 23 EIR 4. And the project description, Building A and Building B, which were shown earlier, had been flipped. So I'll make those changes. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kringle. Questions from the commission? By the way, nice job. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You took the words out of my mouth. It's been a while since I've heard that complete presentation. It was efficient. We got the facts we needed, and the staff report is excellent.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Oh, I have a few questions. I was in here yesterday watching the supervisors look at the climate action plan, particularly hearing from the comments of the individual who happened to be sitting in this very chair. So I have a couple of questions. Are there going to be any electric EV charging stations associated with this?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, there are electric vehicle parking spaces located. The number eludes me at the moment, but there will be, and I think the applicant will know it off the top of their head, but there will be some parking
Well,
spaces.
that will probably increase the available stations in New Cuyama by a substantial portion. As I heard yesterday, that used electric vehicles are getting really cheap. I'm not sure. Solar associated with this, going to have solar? All the appliances are going to be electrical? Okay, those are my questions.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
I just wanted to add to the chorus of complimenting you for the thorough staff report. Sometimes the hardest reports for me to listen to are the ones where I'm so in favor of the project, I'm just kind of daydreaming, but you caught me. I mean, I was listening all throughout, so good job.
Okay. Hearing no questions from the commission, I think we can actually roll into deliberations. And so we would look to possibly Commissioner Cooney. Oh, yeah, what am I thinking?
Applicant.
Yes. Yeah.
You're ready for lunch.
This whole day has been a little bit bizarre. All right, no questions with the commission. Now we roll into public comment. And so I have a number of speaker slips. Oh, God,
Applicant.
guys, they're going to fire me. I'm going to be fired as vice chair. I know, this is bad. Yes, applicant presentation. Yes, I know.
At least a minute.
Yeah.
Mary's like, are we invisible? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of work goes into your presentations, and we appreciate them. Don't let me dissuade you.
Great. We ready?
Yes, thank you. Our secretary is offering me an energy drink because apparently it looks like I need one. Sorry. Please
perfect.
proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Brightly and the commissioners. My name is Bob Havlicek. I serve as Executive Director for the Housing Authority. I think you all know the Housing Authority really well, so I'll be brief. But for the benefit of those who might be listening in, the Housing Authority owns and manages over 1,600 units throughout the County of Santa Barbara, high-quality housing, which has a focus on energy efficiency. The vast majority of our developments actually have solar that meets 100% of the electrical consumption requirements for each of the properties. This property will be no exception to that. And one of the questions that was asked earlier by Commissioner Reed, I think there's four spaces that'll be devoted for EV parking. So, we're a single purpose entity. All we do is affordable housing. One thing I wanted to mention related to the affordability of these units, not all of the units will have a project-based voucher attached to them. The significance of that is even the tax credit rents can be high. And so with a project-based voucher, one of the benefits of the voucher is that it's based on the applicant's income. So for example, if someone is only making $1,000 a month, they'll pay roughly 30% or $300 in this example towards rent. And then the balance of the rent will be paid by the voucher. So a couple other things that I think are important to highlight, and then I'm going to turn it over to the next. This just shows the, I think I'll just stop there. Sorry, this obviously shows where our properties are located. We do have a property that's very similar to this in Los Alamos called Creekside Village. And roughly half of those units are serving farm workers as well. So, and this is a farm worker family development. Many of you know that we've been involved in doing permanent supportive housing throughout the county in recent years. This is not a permanent supportive housing. We don't plan any services. Frankly, there aren't services out there to serve homeless. So this is a farm worker family development. We heard from the community when we did many listening sessions from them, with them, and we heard from the community. Originally, the proposal was for studios, and then we did a change in the bedroom mix, a very significant change, so 1s, 2s, and 3s, to accommodate exactly what is needed in the community. And then we also heard that really there's no demand for this. So in addition to the normal market studies that we do, we asked, we did a survey, and we've got more than 40 responses back from families living in the Cuyama Valley who would be very interested in living at this development. So we're absolutely certain there is demand, or else we wouldn't have continued. And I think I'm sure there will be other questions that come up later. So I'm gonna stop my remarks and turn it over to Frank Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so Frank Thompson, housing consultant. So I'd been to Cuyama many times over the years and thought, you know, I could see that the town had been virtually entirely built in 1952 and hadn't changed very much. There had been improvements to the existing structures, but no real new development. And as a housing advocate, I always feel like people ought to have a range of choices. So luckily, Bob at the Housing Authority has supported me in working on this project for now almost 6 years and putting our team on it. But so we have had a lot of time with the people in Cuyama. Let's see if I make this work. There we go. Yes, this is a picture, just a representative picture of the Housing Authority's recent developments, and they're very high quality. I think you're probably very familiar with them. They're well maintained. They've held up well over the years. If you've been to New Cuyama, there's kind of a fun little sign that they put there.
That cracked me up.
I thought you'd get a charge out of that. But the biggest news, of course, has been the improvement to the Buckhorn, which I'm sure you've seen, and also really they have very little commercial space. That upper left-hand picture is the commercial area that they have now with the post office, so it's pretty insignificant for their needs. There's a project location. Soren did such a great job. I'm going to fly right through here. Surprisingly, the New Cuyama population has had a steady increase, very steady increase since 2000, even though virtually nothing has been built out there. And what that obviously has happened is that the existing stock has had more and more people living in it. So this is the same thing that we see in Santa Maria and other adjacent areas, that you have multiple, what would otherwise be separate households that decide to move in together because they couldn't find anything else. I mean, I think you heard the testimony, and that it was very clear when we went out there that there was a great need, and a need for different housing choices. There are no one-bedrooms in the community. We have retired people that are living in 2- and 3-bedroom units because there's no choice, and families that are unable to get them. So it was a situation that really needed to be fixed, and I'm happy that the Housing Authority is working hard on this. Same thing, that originally there are reports, census reports, that there were 252 homes out there. We're counting 215 today, so 37 of them disappeared somehow. Yeah, I'm just trying to make the point here about the number of bedrooms in this project is 59 bedrooms on the parcel in a range of 1-, 2-, and 3-bedroom units. The project is intended for 50% or more farm worker, but it's also, the other 50% is everyday low-income housing demand. And the fact of the matter is almost every job in the Cuyama area supports a low, what we call a low income. I mean, it's not meant to be pejorative, it's supposed to be descriptive. And I think you know that our county median income is high enough that almost all of the jobs, including all of the teachers' positions at the high school and elementary school, just as an example, in Cuyama, are all eligible low-income incomes. Yeah. So I do want to correct this, that we sent this out, and there was a housing survey that was done by the Rural Community Assistance Corporation, RCAC, not Blue Sky. And that we interpreted that there were gradations. We've had some complaints from the community about this. It's my representation, not the survey itself. But if you add up the gradations of comments about housing problems, we do count 88% of the people felt that they had difficulty obtaining the housing that they needed in Cuyama. And also 9 out of 10 in the charts that were presented are supportive of new housing development in Cuyama. So what is making this project work is we were able to get a grant from what's called the Joe Cerna State of California Farm Worker Housing Program, which has been around for almost 30 years and has done a really good job of bringing low-cost capital to rural communities, which is essential. The rents will not be high enough to support typical development in those communities. And so you need this grant. And we have a grant of $2,075,000 from the state for this project. Yeah, this just recounts the changes that we made to the project. I think the community has helped us all along the way to improve it with the children's play areas and the tot lot. The laundry room is extremely important. Community meeting space is extremely important. All those have been added. And there's 924 square feet of commercial space. We hear that people need that space. I am certain that we can use it for services if it's not commercially rented. Yeah, so these are the important things is to support the farm workers in the community. It's hard to get good statistics on farm labor and farm workers in the Cuyama Valley, but there seem to be more than 800. We had a statistic from the EDD that 93% or more were year-round laborers. So even though there's an amount of seasonal labor, as we heard here today, most of them are permanent workers in agricultural operations out there. In this project, we'll also be able to serve retired farm workers. So that's important too. We find that there's a percentage there. Keep this moving for you. We can come back to any questions on rents later. Bob made the point that most of the units will be covered by the Section 8 program, which then makes these units very affordable to the participants. Yeah, and this is just an example, if you need one, about the eligible income levels and the wage rates that are still within a classification of low income, so which is substantial. You can see even a one-person household could have an hourly wage of $33 an hour and still be classified as low income. Two-person household, one wage earner, 38, two wage earners, 19. So, yeah, and this is just kind of proof of the prevailing job rates out there for the Cuyama Joint Unified School District. For all the positions offered were below those maximum low income levels that we looked at. So virtually everybody in the community can participate in the project. That's the point here. We can get into the nuances, but as Bob said, that people basically pay 1/3 of their income toward rent and utilities. Utilities very important in Cuyama. Electricity is expensive out there, and then water and sewer is pretty expensive. So our projection about household size, basically 79 people total in the 59 bedrooms, 46 adults, and 33 children. And this is based on occupancy rates in the other housing authority projects, particularly Creekside Village in Los Alamos, which is very similar. So this will help the school district out, we think, either stabilizing their enrollment or helping to expand their enrollment. So 7 pre-K kids, 16 kindergarten to 8th grade, and 10 in high school. Yeah, just a quick summary. Obviously, the impact on local economic impact. One thing that's very important, this project's size is needed to support a full-time professional resident manager. And so that is really important in the quality of life for people out there. And I think it'll be a big help to the general community of Cuyama, because you have a person that is in occupancy and is authorized to basically, be the eyes and ears of the community, look out for the kids, after school, activities for the children, and the recreation room, of course, is available to kids in the neighborhood as well. Project timeline here right away. I'm going to let you have another voice here. Mary, you want to come up and speak about modular? Pablo's going to do it. All right, we'll come on up. And talk about the energy efficiency.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Pablo Romero, and I represent RJC Inc. We are the architects for this project. So we've already heard about the site plan and the amenities that the project has. I'm going to talk to you briefly about some of the general design features that we have in this project. First of all, this was designed using modular, prefabricated construction. So basically, the units will be built remotely and will be hauled in here. These units come completely finished on the inside. Everything that is the building envelope and the roof and common areas, by common I mean common exterior areas, that will be built on site. In addition to all the general utilities, footings and what have you. But all in all, the unit is going to come pretty much like a key in hand kind of situation. So that's the first thing. This, of course, creates efficiencies. Being pre-manufactured, it's actually designed to come to standard dimensions and what have you, which is highly efficient with very low waste embedded into the construction. Number two, we're, of course, complying with all California building code requirements, Title 24 requirements, and exceeding it in some of these instances relative to energy efficiency, the use of low water use fixtures. Of course, irrigation is all low water usage. And as inquired, we are providing the, every inch of square foot that, every piece of square foot that we can provide at the rooftop for PV panels will be provided. So that means that with the exception of roof hatches and areas where the parapets create shadows that makes it inefficient, every space remaining will be provided with PV panels. So every area that we can generate power, we will be generating power. And well, of course, that we got the two buildings that are housing all of our features. The north building is basically where we receive all the 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. We're seeing here a view from the south, looking from the southwest, and another one looking from the southeast of the building. And mind you that this design was, we've heard about how we started with studios, with a block of studio units on 3 stories. When we heard from the community, and we came back and rearranged our floor plans to accommodate a different type of unit. But there was a second comment, and this was relative to how the building was being read by the people. Our original architectural style was a more of a modern 60s kind of interpretation of the building. And we had a big pushback from the community. No, we don't want this. We don't want a LA feeling into our community, which is more farm-oriented, more rural-oriented. And so we went back, of course, and visited the site again, which we had done. And we had found, of course, some 60s influences there, which was what had taken us to that first version. But we went back and revisited this, and we went back to the drawing board, and we came back with this modern farmhouse architectural style. And we're using the colors, the color palette and the tones of the area, or the sand colors and the browns and the blue on from the beautiful sky that this valley has. So these little dashes of colors are definitely more in tune with the site. And so this is our new interpretation, and this works perfectly well also with the modular construction. All of these that you're seeing is treated with cementitious board, hardy board, if you're, you know about this. And so this is fast to install on site. So once the modules come on site, we dress them up, and voila, we have this. Again, our north building, we're looking at it from the north view. And on the lower right corner, that's the commercial building, which we've also been working with the county in arranging some of the setbacks that we had to tweak the building a couple of times. And so we have this 2 units for rental, which can become 1, of course, depending on the use, but that's the spirit of it. This is the south building, same style, of course. This south building is the one that contains the one-bedroom units, the entirety of the one-bedroom unit, that's 16 units. In addition, it also has a 3-unit studio unit for the manager, for the property manager, and the community spaces. We're also looking at on the right corner, that's also the commercial unit, and you can see how it blends in with the rest of the property. Again, the south building, we can see a little peek of the trash enclosure there at the upper left corner, and the body of the building. Real quick on the floor plan, so we have as we said on the north building, we have the 3-bedroom studios on the wings, the 2-bedroom units, on the middle body of the building. These are, as I expressed, modular buildings. You'll see double walls. That's because each block has its own wall. So these are going to be 12 by 12 feet wide modules. The 3-bedroom has also a couple of bathrooms. It includes a master bedroom with a bathroom. And on the south building, we have the standard 1-bedroom unit with its bathroom. It was also discussed that most of these units, not all of them, but most of the units have either an outdoor deck or a balcony as well. We try to provide as much as possible. There were some instances in which it was not feasible, but for the most part, we are providing them. And also in this south building, we have all the community space, which includes a conference room that can also, receive some other type of events, which includes the community kitchen. We also have the laundry room for all the residents and shared restrooms, which can be used, for laundry users as well as events that take place there. This conference room connects to the outdoor picnic area as well, so the event can overflow to the outdoors and create an indoor-outdoor event. This was one final exercise that was requested from us, and it was to see how our 2-story building would impact the views of the community. So we went back and did a 3D modeling of our building set in the actual pictures taken at the site. And so what we're seeing here is how our building would look on the top 2 images. These are photographs taken from Highway 166. So yes, it's a 2-story building, but it's so far removed from the highway that really the impact is minimal. It's no different than what a 1-story building would do close to the highway. The one at the bottom is from Pato Avenue, which runs parallel to Pato Alley, which is adjoining our property. And similarly, we see how and we also modeled the 1-story structures in there. And we're seeing how the 1-story structures pretty much shadow what's happening behind doors. So there's really no impact to the views, to the street views that our new building will be imposing upon the community. Similarly, from Pato Avenue, looking from the southeast of the building. And then finally, this is on Perkins Avenue, just south of the property, around the church. That's the view that we will be looking at. So I think that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Reed, did you have a question for him or no? Okay, all right. Actually, I'm sorry. I had one question. The use of the modular housing, I've talked to some other developers that are relying on that. Can you give me a range of what the cost per square foot is when you do a project like that versus sticks up?
I can give you the precise one, but it's typically ranges around 65-70% of the cost of stick built.
That sounds
About right, yeah.
Yeah, that's roughly correct.
Yep.
Okay. I would have thought it might have even been more, but and so you're actually having components of this though built sticks up, right? The common area you said, and
It's mostly the finishes on common areas that will be installed on site, and all the building envelope, everything around it will be built on site.
okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we actually have a sub for Mary Doctorman, but do you need to speak or do you want?
My compatriots
Covered it?
shared with you what I was going to share. So.
Okay.
You should get up and take a bow.
I know. Great job. Okay, well then, that concludes all my speaker subs. Is there anybody else online, Mr. Villalobos?
We see some hands up, so if you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. I'll start with Pamela Bazook, to be followed by Brenton Kelly.
Oh, yeah, and let's remind them that they've got 3 minutes on their speaking time.
Thank you, Chair Bradley and Commissioners, for hearing my comments. My name is Pamela Bazook. I'm a resident of New Cuyama. I am aware of the need, and I am not opposed to new housing in Cuyama, nor am I opposed to new housing being built on this approximately 1-acre lot on Perkins Road. However, this project, as proposed, is too large for this parcel. New Cuyama is comprised of single-family homes, each on an approximately 1/4 acre, 1-story, 2- and 3-bedroom houses, and a combination of modular, manufactured, each with a garage and a parking space. There are currently 8 uninhabited houses and 2 being renovated, probably for rental, in addition to the other 8. The Perkins Place project plans, as you know, 33 residential units, a large commercial space, community rooms, laundry, etc. And it's very dense. The proposed construction looks like nothing else in town. It will drastically change New Cuyama's small rural town atmosphere with a dense construction more suitable to an urban area. In the 10 years I've lived here, there has been a focus on building tourism. Travelers appreciate the wide open spaces and the expansive view of the night sky. This project as planned could very well negatively impact the tourism that has grown from the unique quiet refuge that is Cuyama. Industrial trucks travel Perkins Road at high speeds, which would be dangerous to children living in the project. In addition, while farm workers housing may have been needed 2 years ago when the survey was done, and we find that it is still needed now, it appears these 2 large ag corporations, which are decreasing their production, are also decreasing their labor. We're told that the eligible applicants for Perkins Place are considered on a first applied, first considered basis. By 2026, at which time the new well should be completed and this should be ready to move in, there may not be that many applicants from this area. Cuyama's water infrastructure is 70 years old. There are many water line breakages throughout the year. An extra 33 plus units, no matter if it's compliant, is going to impact the aging infrastructure. You're also certainly aware that, Commissioners, that the Cuyama Basin is one of the most critically overdrafted in California. None of us can be certain how long the water will last. Although the original plan for this property was altered, we repeatedly asked for 1-story, less dense construction. There are still 2 stories and 33 units. If you place the drawing on the parcel, comparing it to the rest of the town, it makes it clear that too much is planned for too little space. I ask commissioners to require Frank Thompson Associates to decrease the size of the proposed construction on this parcel. Fewer and 1-story units would serve the community and the needs of low-income residents better. There are also 2 other larger parcels available for a larger residential project such as this.
Ms. Bazook, your time is up. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
Our next speaker will be Brenton Kelly, to be followed by Lynn Carlisle.
There we go. Now can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
There we
Yes.
go. Sorry. Thank you. My name is Brenton Kelly. I've lived and worked in the Cuyama Valley for 18 years and have been a resident of Santa Barbara County since graduating from UCSB in 1985. For more than the last 10 years, I've been directly involved in the community outreach here in Cuyama and have, to the best of my ability, advocated for Cuyama's best interests. Currently chair of the Cuyama Valley Community Association, a project of the Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center, and I also serve as chairperson on the Standing Advisory Committee to the local Groundwater Sustainability Agency. This letter is in support of the project and reflects my personal opinions and are not endorsed by either of these associations. The issues of the lack of housing, overcrowding, the affordability of housing, and the need for family housing to support the school district have all been recognized as community concerns for decades. Yet this is the first significant housing development proposed to the town site since the town was first built by Arco Ridgefield back in 1954. This project generated a lot of resistance when the Thompson Housing Group first brought it to the attention of the CVCA's monthly meeting almost 5 years ago. Local residents raised several legitimate concerns and objections. To their credit, Frank Thompson and Mary Dotterman were extremely patient and responsive to these comments. Thoughtful solutions were brought to an ongoing constructive conversation. Over the years, the Thompson Group has returned to the CVCA to update us on how the plans were modified to accommodate the public comments and on how the process was going. Plan changes included more emphasis on family housing, needs for the commercial space, and the ability to prioritize the housing needs of current Cuyamans. Physical features also reflected the nearby 1950s construction. Infrastructural systems are state-of-the-art for the conservation of energy and water. The project was delayed to allow for the time for the Cuyama Community Services District to develop resiliency in their water supply with the new well. And although this project is yet to invoke the full support of my community, it is my personal belief that just like the Los Alamos project, Creekside, it has what it needs to develop into the kind of successful project that Thompson and the Santa Barbara Housing Authority are known for. Thank you for your thoughtfully housing our community.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Lynn Carlisle, to be followed by Ferial Sedigian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Lynn Carlisle. I'm the Executive Director of the Cuyama Valley Family Resource Center. First, allow me to offer my personal thanks to the Commission for adjusting the normal order for this item to hear our Program Manager and community members. I've served the Cuyama Valley for the past 13 years. Based on that experience, I'd like to offer some context about the community. U.S. Census reports that the median household income in Cuyama Valley is $61,250. Lower than Guadalupe, lower than Lompoc, lower than Santa Maria, and nearly 30% lower than Santa Barbara County as a whole. Yet no affordable housing project exists in the Cuyama Valley. Part of our work at the FRC is to operate a weekly food distribution which provides basic groceries to 100 to 110 families each week, feeding roughly a quarter to a third of the Valley's residents. Some of these folks drive 20 miles to pick up food. They don't do that because it's free or easy. They do that because they need it. 2 years ago, we helped the Housing Authority conduct a survey to gauge existing residents' interest and eligibility for this project. Our program manager interviewed 34 Cuyama residents, 20 of whom were farm workers or had a farm worker in the home. With an average household size of 3, average income was $20,044. All of those interviewed said that they would love the opportunity to live at Perkins Place. From our direct experience, we know that if we did this survey today, the results would reflect a similar picture. By federal standards, all of these families will be considered extremely low income or acutely low income. These folks have to accept difficult compromises to house themselves and their families. Yes, there are folks living 2 or 3 families in one house. Yes, some folks make do with living in a garage. Yes, some folks, many of them seniors, are living in substandard homes and trailers without adequate air conditioning or heat. And when they can't find affordable housing in Cuyama, they have to move away, sometimes having called Cuyama their home for 20 to 30 years. We understand there are fears that this project might attract folks to Cuyama from outside the community, but evidence tells a different story. At a similar Creekside Housing Authority project in Los Alamos, all residents came from the same or adjacent zip code, all of them from the Los Alamos community. The CVFRC is committed to do the work that will help local community members apply for this housing. When the project is ready, we will conduct local outreach, open and maintain a sign-up list, and work closely with the Housing Authority to help Cuyama residents complete their applications. We believe and we stand ready to do everything we can to ensure that Perkins Place will house our low-income neighbors for the Cuyama Valley. On behalf of the families we serve every day who desperately need decent, affordable housing for themselves and their families, we implore you to follow your staff recommendation and approve this project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ferial, Sadigian, to be followed by Stephen Pearson.
Okay, please repeat your name before you begin to speak.
Ferial Sadegian. Sorry, did that
Go
come-
ahead when you're ready.
Yeah.
Ferial Sadegian, one of the co-owners of Cuyama Buckhorn. We've been part of the project for a couple of years. We absolutely agree Cuyama needs housing. We have 39 staff currently, all from the community, and some we have provided housing for. However, I'm also an architect, so I'm bringing up issues that has been discussed with the applicant, and some have been taken in consideration and some have not. Cuyama is, the way the housing project has been proposed, it's more for a suburbia, where there are buildings similar to that. Cuyama is a rural town built in 1952, and opposite of what, I don't know, one of the presenters was saying, that the first thing that was suggested was a mid-century building. The first thing that was suggested was a Santa Barbara mission style with a 2-foot by 2-foot window towards the most vast, beautiful view that you could see. There is no 2-story building in Cuyama. The one commercial space we have has a 2-story loft area. What is abundant in Cuyama is land. Every house in Cuyama is sitting on 10,000 square feet, and it's about 800 to 1,000 square feet. That is 9% density per acre. The project that is proposed is 68% per acre. The project is on a C2 zone, which normally allows for 2-bedroom for 1,000 square feet of commercial. Obviously, we understand that the state overrules that, but the only portion that is being provided as commercial is 2,350, while 32,347 square feet is being provided as residential. The next item is parking. We are not in an area that we have public transport. Every family, if you just drive down the street, every family has minimum 2 cars, most of the time 3 cars that they use. The project is providing 38 spaces. There are 33 units, so 5 extra spaces. Perkins, where the project exists, is right now where people walk their dogs or the kids bike. It's just an open area for everybody, which now is going to be filled with cars because obviously this is not covered by this. Again, we are pro housing for New Cuyama, and would love to see that happen for people. And I think the other part that people are not understanding is that Cuyama's housing or rental is $900 to $1,500, and this is proposed at $2,500 minimum. Thank you.
Ms. Hagan, you're at the end of your time. Can you wrap up?
I did. I said thank you.
Oh, that was it? Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Stephen Pearson, to be followed by Jack Fornash. Mr. Pearson, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. Can you hear me? My head seemed to get disconnected there for a minute.
Yes, go ahead when you're ready.
I am ready. I'm speaking, but I seem not to be getting through.
No, we hear you. Go ahead
you hear
and
me?
proceed.
Okay, great. Sorry, the various things kept flashing up. Yeah, I'm a resident of the Cuyama Valley, more up Pentecopa way, but I'm very much in favor of this project. Listening to the people who would benefit by it, who've been impacted by the very low wages and high rents in the Cuyama Valley. It would it would help their lives a great deal. I mean, it would improve their lives, the lives of their children. It would keep people in the valley who are probably many are having to move now. It will. I mean, there are 2 sites that will bring business into the area, and yeah, I just feel that it's so needed, and to have a different kind of thing of 1 story or whatever in the valley, it's going to set the whole process back by years. It'd basically be starting over again. I think this is going to blend in perfectly well with the town. I mean, it was, basically nothing here until there was an oil town. So now but we we move on, and I think this will be looking at the pictures of the proposed development. It looks very nice. I think it'll fit in fine, and I just think it's a vital necessity for the valley to provide decent housing for low-income families that work here and that work very, very hard and don't get very well paid. So I'm so in favor of it. I think it'll be a great addition to the community. And, I thank you for listening to me and for the project, for proposing and supporting the project. So again, I just want to thank you for it. And
Thank you.
that's all. Yeah.
And our last hand up is Jack Fornash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, I'm Jack Fornash, a Cuyama resident and current executive director of Blue Sky Center, a Cuyama-based economic development not-for-profit organization. The Cuyama Valley is in need of affordable workforce housing for the existing Cuyama Valley population. In the new Cuyama town site, 97% of the current housing stock was built in 1950 to 1952, now over 70 years old. Home improvement and rehabilitation programs for these aging homes, as well as an affordable new construction projects, are desired by local residents who responded to recent surveys. Investments that improve current housing quality and add housing variety will better support Cuyama residents and our shared economic future. Improving access to affordable housing was viewed as a helpful approach to improving the valley's economy by 83% of respondents, and 88% indicated the availability of affordable, adequate apartment housing in the Cuyama Valley as, quote, hard to find or unavailable. Similarly, 59% perceived houses for rent as hard to find or unavailable. That's from the Community Action Plan Survey and the prior note from the Economic Futures Survey. Specific to housing needs for farm workers, nearly 3 in 4 local Cuyama farm workers rent their residence, compared to just 1 in 4 general population Cuyamans. Even with agricultural businesses providing access to company-owned homes to some of their workers, 1 in 2 Cuyama farm workers are paying unaffordable rates for their rent or mortgage. That's from the Cuyama Valley Farm Worker Housing Report 2022. A community's housing stock, its quantity, variety, availability, and affordability is a core unit of any community. Without decent, safe places to live, to call home, at a price we can afford, and with options for all family types, a community will stagnate or even struggle to maintain the local economy, much less be able to grow economic opportunity and improved job opportunities for all Cuyamans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. Okay, with that, we are going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and bring it back to the commission. Did staff have anything they wanted to address during those comments? No.
No, nothing to add.
All right, thank you. So here we are with the commission deliberations, and it's a District 1 project. So I'm looking to Commissioner Cooney. Start us off, maybe?
I am privileged to be a District 1 commissioner, and especially including the community of New Cuyama and Cuyama Valley. I can't remember another project a similar size being presented to us, so it's really special to be able to look at this and come away with the feeling that it is not only needed for the good of the valley and its residents, but it's well done. It doesn't appear to my eye that anything's offensive. Yes, it might have been too tall to begin with, but a third of the height was eliminated. And from the drawings that we've seen, I think that there's nothing that I can think of to hold the project up. So it would be my intention, after hearing from my fellow commissioners, to move approval of the project.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I think one thing that's been most obvious while looking at the project materials, listening to the comments of the public commenters, both here and remotely, particularly the group of people from the farm working community, citing the great need for more, better quality, more appropriate housing in New Cuyama. I think that message was very, very well established. One of the things I saw in all the materials I thought was one of the most interesting items. I'd always known that New Cuyama was had started as a company town, but I thought the aerial photographs provided as part of the materials were really amusing. Year 1940, dirt. Next photo, 1954, a town. But the thing that's more interesting, if you look at the 1954 photo and the 2016 photo, about the only thing different without extremely close examination was that the trees were bigger. No additional housing. I noticed that one of the comment letters, writer was not in favor, but said, look, this is going to be built, and who is going to live in it? Farm workers who commute from Bakersfield, Arvin, and other places. To me, that was greater establishment and evidence for need. Looking at the project, I think it's very architecturally pleasing and design appropriate, and the applicant has demonstrated desire to work with the community to make it more acceptable. So bringing us to today, I look at the materials provided, the testimony we've heard, and I find it likewise entirely acceptable, and I would be happy to support the words and inclinations of Commissioner Cooney in helping this project to move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
I've spent a lot of time out in New Cuyama and Old Cuyama this year, and made a lot of new friends, visited old friends. spent a lot of time on ranches and adjoining properties where there is some housing. I think it's appropriate that Commissioner Reed gave us that little history lesson. There are plenty of small rural communities scattered across the West that show sort of an organic development of housing. This is not one of them. This is a company town. It was built as a company town. I don't see any reason to imitate what a company town looked like, okay? If the private market was going to support 1 acre lots with small 1950s style houses and standalone commercial, it would have done it by now, okay? We need that housing. It doesn't have to look like what there is. I think Commissioner Cooney spends time in Southern Europe where he sees agritourism. In some of those communities, they have a completely different look for rural housing. My wife's family comes from Corleone, Sicily. In Corleone, Sicily, Corleone is all multi-story, and everybody lives in town, and then they walk out to the fields. That's the way people worked and lived for hundreds of years. So we can have that kind of style in New Cuyama, and the economics demand it. The economics will not support quarter-acre lots and single-family residences for anyone. The demand is huge. There's folks led by the Buckhorn that are developing ag tourism. There's going to have to be places for people to live there. I'm told that even with the Cuyama Buckhorn, the main restriction on its services and hours is having enough employees, and where do they live? I'm very familiar with a large cannabis development that's to the east, and they talk about nothing but where are our employees going to live. So those things will get filled. Same thing with the commercial. It is interesting to me. I think I first heard about this project a few years ago while talking to Mr. Thompson about the supportive housing project in Santa Ynez. I think that's why we were on the phone with each other. And I thought, I see the need for the housing, but I wonder about those studios and how it's going to look. So I was really pleased today. I'm looking at Mr. Romero. I suppose you must have had personal involvement in the design of this. Whoever did, you did a hell of a job. I mean, it is rural. It looks more appropriate to the neighborhood than the existing housing does, frankly, although it looks a lot like the housing out on the ranches, it's a model of how we can have multifamily units, but put them in the smallest of towns and make them fit. So this all fits. I'm totally in support of this, and I'm proud of what you guys have done.
Okay, well, I also support it entirely, and again, just like we had with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance and the Harwood Appeal, there's always going to be change in these communities, and I think this is an excellent change. I love the efficiency of the modular units to lower costs, and I love the Section 8 program because I'm familiar with that from past lives. So I think it's a great project. I don't have any questions. I think staff did a great job explaining the Housing Accountability Act, and we're getting used to these cases. And as much as we don't have 4 hearings of a CBAR going through it, I don't think it would have taken more than 1 hearing from you guys because you really nailed it. So for the community that's a little bit concerned about the change, it is time. It's upon us. It's upon every part of the county. So Cuyama gets a good asset here, and I'm pleased to support a motion if Commissioner Cooney starts with.
Well, thank you, everyone. I want to say a positive word for the Housing Corporation. This project, because of need, could have been a private development, primarily focused on profit. And the Housing Authority has given much time and effort to providing housing for the people of Santa Barbara County, I'm sure other counties have benefited as well, but since this project is before us and gives us an opportunity to weigh in on the work of the Housing Authority, I'd like to commend it and its leadership for going to bat for the people of Cuyama. And it was especially meaningful to hear from some Spanish-speaking residents all chorusing that rents are high, I can't find a place, I have children in school that have to move. It's hard to imagine a project more right for this time and place. So with that, my motion is to make the required findings for approval of the project specified in attachment A of our staff report, including the CEQA findings, determine the previously certified program environmental impact report is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15162, 15168C, and 15183, which are attached to our staff report, and that we approve the project, case numbers spelled out 22 DVP string zeros, number 27, and 22 CUP string zeros 23, subject to the conditions included as attachment B.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do you want to take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Chair Bridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Oh, wow, we did it. Almost 2 o'clock. Got through the day. Thank you, everybody. We adjourn.